All right, let's have a closer look at these as they make their way around the paddock with Witness Stand, first of all. Good luck to Jamie Insole, partner of Dr. Richard Newland. Jamie's out here. Holly Doyle takes the ride on Witness Stand, who's a Group 2 winner back in Goodwood earlier on this year. And the top rated in this field, although with Meydan is shouldering a penalty.
And speaking of Meydan, he goes around as runner number 2, the 6-year-old horse. Now, he won this race last year in track record time, as we touched on earlier, Tom. The Lightning track, the records that were being broken every which way on both tracks last year was something quite phenomenal, and he has his name in that record book. There he is on camera. He's looking good. He's looking alert as a horse just comes out in front of him, but no problemo. He's an experienced professional. He did win from a lower gate. He got a nice gate of 4 last year. This year, he's going to have to deal with one of the widest ones, gate number 15. So that's going to make it a little bit trickier, but he's a class animal.
3 is Mysterious Night. Good winner here last time. He's got a good record out here, although just found it a little difficult this time last year, including a couple of seconds to Meydan, including in this contest. But I thought it was pretty impressive last time. I think stall 10 will actually work out okay if Will Buick can come over and slot in. And he comes out best at the weights as well. Rated the same as Meydan, but getting a kilo from that horse, Mysterious Night in the Godolphin Blue.
Runner number 4 is Lethal Levi, as we take a look at him on the big screen. Now, he's with 42 starts to his name, so he's been there and he's done it. He's had the 10 wins, so he's the second most experienced horse in the race, I think, and he's got the 10 wins to his credit. Now, he's hot off his first win in the UAE is Sam James, the jockey. I think Carl Burke might also be something similar as well. So they've got their confidence levels up, and when a jockey's in form, he's got that confidence up, he can do anything. And Lethal Levi, he's going to have to be good, of course, but he's in the race.
Shootout is number 5. Interesting recruit for life out here for Fawzi Nas in those colours for that trainer. Adju Dariz and Fawzi Nas have teamed up with loads of winners at the Dubai Racing Carnival over the years, and their absence from many appearances in the winners' enclosure has been a shame so far this season. Look, they're a force to be reckoned with. This horse has got boot, definitely, for the 1400, including a win over that distance last time, and has got form over shorter. I'll be interested to see how he goes. Doesn't have a huge amount of fine with the market principles. Rated 108, Shootout.
The 6 is Audience as the bell rings, and this guy's got the addition of the visor. Now, they've taken off the cheek pieces. The visor is basically like blinkers, but with a little bit of slits in there so they can still see. He gave a really good sight last start when running 3rd, when resuming, and he's going to strip so much fitter for having had that run. We saw him in the Alcoz last season when he was 9th. I think he's a good chance.
7 is Chicago Critic. It's had a night of thunder for Johnny Murter, Tony Smurfit. This horse has been rated higher in the past, has been 110, is pretty consistent at Group 2, Group 3 level, and has run with credit a couple of starts out here. Probably needed it first up. It was a first start for a little while on Festive Friday, and also maybe stretched him a bit, but was better last time, wasn't beaten too far, and will be hoping to progress again.
Apollo 1 is a runner number 8, another one with a wide alley to contend with, and this one is the most experienced with the 43 starts to his name. He just looked to feel the pinch in the last furlong, last time out in his Meydan debut. He'll appreciate having had that run under his belt, of course. At Apollo 1, if he can get a little bit of cover, there he is, just looking around a little bit, causing a little bit of extra work for his strapper as the jockey hops up on board. Kieran Schumacher now.
9 is just behind where I'm stood here, has Stefan Pasquier on board, and he is a son of Kingman for Nicolas Collery, who is interesting out here, rated 105, so we'll have to find a little bit. It's been pretty consistent at this sort of level, not beaten too far on 2 of the last 4 starts, but last time found it a little bit tough over the 1600, dropping back in trip, maybe no bad thing. And I mentioned this trainer's worth respecting when bringing horses out here, can cause a bit of an upset.
Number 10, Yarug, just a 4-year-old here going around, one of 3 for the Michael Costa barn. April 2025, he was last seen running at Chelmsford City, so this is his UAE debut, and it's going to be interesting to see how he goes. No doubt about it, he'll take plenty out of tonight's run though.
Another one of those Costa horses is El Najim, a 6-year-old son of Steve the Stars. I mean, that'll tell you that 1400 might be a bit sharp, but ran well here over 1400 on first start for a little while. That was last season, has now had 328 days off. Andrew Slattery on board. He looks a bit keen. He may well improve for this run and will probably need to. El Najim out of stall 1.
Right next door to him will be runner number 12, which is Kanja for Shadwell. Now this one, his last 2 runs I think have been great. He was second to Mysterious Night last time. He just has to replicate something like that. He's a tough customer, Kanjar. I don't think we can rule him out. And Richie Mullen, well, he's already gotten his eye in, and Saba Al Mahiri's having another good season.
Andreas Vesalius, Red Hood, tongue tie as well for Andreas Vesalius. Connor Beasley ride for Ahmad bin Hamash. He's dropping back in trip from the race won by Kudwa last time. That was 3 weeks ago. Ran well behind Mysterious Night prior to that, beaten only 1.73 lengths, but still has a little bit to find with the market principles.
Runner number 14. This is Hukito, another 4-year-old. 2 runners for trainer David Mira. He had a recent wind operation, so you'll see in the book he had a bit of time off, and so he's had that recent operation, recently recuperating from that, and we'll see how he fares tonight.
There is Mountbatten. We'll do our best turned out award and we'll see our milliners here. The best turned out horse is number 1, Witness Standard, which we will come to. But this is Mountbatten, 15, son of Starbarism, who has got a win under his belt here over 1400. That was back at the end of last year. And it's a 7-year-old, but yeah, progressing nicely to a mark of 97 now. He's got 3 lengths to find with Mysterious Night on that listed race last time, so is a touch up against it. Then the Al Fahidi Fort, presented by Longines, has this international field. Witness Stand, the best turned out winner in there from the UK. You've got Lethal Levi from the UK, locally trained Mysterious Night amongst a few others. A shootout in there from Bahrain. And plenty of other local runners, as well as another one from the UK. Really international field, which is what you want out here for a race like this. It is the Carnival, and Tiger Shea was touching on what an international feel it is to racing out here this year. Well over 100 internationals, and that's very welcome. All right, it is the Best Turned Out Award time. Thanks to PHI Advertising for their continued support of the Best Turned Out Award. And a bumper 750 dirham for the winning groom, who is in front of us. Well done to him. And that is Hukam Singh. Hukam Singh 750 dirham, but most importantly has these milliners alongside. Our thanks to Victoria Grant, Kim Fletcher, Lisa Tan, Victoria Carson, Evelyn McDermott, B. Smith, Sarah Kant, Sahar Fremantle and Camilla Ridley. They are all here exhibiting their hats inside at Concourse 3, so please go and see that exhibition for our milliners tonight. And you can be wearing one of those hats on World Cup night, the 30th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup. So please go and see that exhibition. Thanks to them for coming down for the Best Turned Out Award. And congratulations again to the winning groom. Okay, let's have a look at these. Closer look ahead of the Al Fahidi fort. That's Angus McNay's favourite fort.
It's a fun fact.
I don't know if he knows any others, Angus, who we'll be seeing on the screen after our Group 1s. Tonight with the analysis, or the race IQ analysis. We think this horse will win, don't we, Mysterious Night?
We do. He's just about to load up now, as a few of them are, just going, well, quite literally sideways. He won this race a couple of years ago, didn't he? So he didn't win it last year. He had to suffer defeat at the hands of Meydan and just getting a little bit of extra assistance to go in, but he's a beautifully put together animal.
Yeah, and I was impressed with what he did last time. I thought he won a bit cutely and snugly. And he is best at the weights here, still getting a kilo from Marban. Loading process is well underway then. Nice big fields here on the turf, which can make life a bit difficult, particularly if you get in a bit of trouble on the inside. But that's what we want on the turf, nice big international field, Cassie.
I think as a purist or a traditionalist, you want to see those nice big fields, and it's certainly a spectacle, isn't it? You know, when you're an owner and prize money goes up to 6th and you've only found yourself in a 6-race horse field, I mean, they're probably the best as an owner, but as a spectator, these big fields look beautiful.
So, loading process is well underway for the Al Fahidi Fort, presented by Longines. Pat, all yours.
So about 6 more to come forward for the Al Fahidi Fort. That'll complete the field. Utoa has just been loaded forward along with Shootout. Here is Andreas Vesalius, who takes his place in his wide draw. Yarug, one of 3 runners here for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Could be a big night for His Highness, with a couple of nice chances throughout the evening, including Meydan in the last at the track which is his namesake. Lethal Levi to come forward for Sam James. Couple more left to load. Witness stand. The blindfold applied has been brought forward, and Chicago Critic for Johnny Murtaugh and Ben Cohen will be the last one to take his place. Being a little reluctant. And he loads away. The runners are set here for the Al Fahidi Fort. Group 2, full field. Ready. Bit of movement out wider, they're ready and away. Tumbler was slow, good speed from Shootout, the centre. Witness Stand hustled forward, along with Kanjar from 2, who's heading up towards the lead as well. Apollo 1 out deeper with Lethal Levi. Mysterious Night is caught out on a limb. Then came Mountbatten, in behind them Al Najim and Yarug. Half a length to Audience. Marban is deeper without cover at the moment. Uto is 4th to last, followed there by Chicago Critic. Next in running was Andreas Vesalius, and last of all was Tumbler after the slightly tardy start. Out to the side they travel. 13.61, 10.75 in the Al Fahidi Fort. And it is Shootout for Fauzi Nass and Adri de Vries, who takes the lead up in the middle stages of the race. A length and a half to clear of Apollo 1. Up on the inside in 3rd is Kanjar, who's now got some cover. Lethal Levi next from Witness Stand. Al Najm, Yarug. Next was Mountbatten. Mysterious Night has been deep the trip. Chicago Critic working through from Andreas Versalius, and Uto looking for an inside run as Shootout leads them into the straight past the 300-metre marker. He's a length clear of Kanjar, Mysterious Night, Chicago Critic, Meydan making their runs. Plenty of winning hopes here. Shootout getting claimed by Mysterious Night. Al Najm working through. Tumbler from the back, and Chicago Critic and Al Najm coming down to the finish in the Al Fahidi Fort. Al Najm ducking the head out and wins. Al Najm gets there just from Chicago Critic. Tumbler came from last to run third. Next over Andreas Versalius from Meydan. Then came Yarug from Mysterious Night. Uto was midfield from Kanjar. Then came next over Shootout Audience, followed by Mountbatten, Witness Stand. Apollo 1 dropped away, and he was one of the last ones to greet the judge. Al Najm, Andrew Slattery. Second win for the season here for Michael Costa, and he's done it in the white cap again. Raja, the first horse that he won on, will go round a little later on in the 2000 Guineas. But Al Najm, the third stringer here for Michael Costa, has got the job done over Chicago Critic, who loomed to win. Tumbler has had a massive performance after the slightly tardy start. He's rattled home. Andreas Versalius ends up running fourth, denies Mysterious Night a top four finish. 11, 7, 9 and 13. Al Najm, what a run. 122.57.
And what a run that was. I'm joined by Michael Costa as we're just taking in the replay here. I mean, you're a cool, calm customer, but you must be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, Australian term, we'd say we're stoked. Look, he wasn't a third stringer. I know we had our third option jockey, but Andrew's been great for us this season. We kept Sylvester on Meydan. He drew the car park. He's run home super, like an outrageous run, really. And then it was a flip a coin with the other two of what to put Ray on, and we just decided to go this way. And you know, barrier one, Andrew gave him a perfect ride, and his work this week was sensational. So I think all horses ran extremely well.
Because this guy's been, first up in almost a year. The Singspiel was his last start, so a big long layoff. And I mean, the expectation that he was going to go a good race was obviously there. You had some confidence in him. But were you expecting the win from him tonight?
On his work last Saturday, he worked with a very handy horse, and his work was sensational. So we're expecting a bold run. He's quite a gross horse, which would normally take a run. But when he ran first up last season, he drew wide, Targ rode him, and he got home extremely well. And he just wasn't quite right when he went to the Singspiel coming out of it. So we knew he had a right horse. He had a few little tricks up his sleeves to get him to the races, just a few minor things, but it all worked out, and it's good to see him to win the race he deserves.
Just quick, where does he go next?
Well, probably Super Saturday. He's a horse that may want a little bit further as well, so could get back up to your way in Abu Dhabi, but we'll see how he pulls up and then speak to His Highness, as they say.
Enjoy the success, well done.
Thank you.
Unofficial numbers in the Al Fahidi Ford, 11, 7, 9, 13. 11, 7, 9, 13. Al Najm, your winner, 122.57. Head by three quarters the margins, 11, 7, 9, 13. Race 3.
Well done to this horse. Hadn't been seen for a little while. Great training performance. Andy Slattery returns on the winner of the Al Fahidi 4, presented by Longines. That is Al Najm.
In a moment, we're going to be joined by a very happy Andrew Slattery. Andrew, I just saw the thumbs up there. Congratulations. This was a nice horse to get on tonight. Well done with that ride as well. I think I need to watch it again. Walk us through it.
Yeah, look, there was plenty of speed on, and in fairness to Michael, he told me this guy won't be far away. It's a year off the track, but he relaxed well and he put the race to bed. I thought in a matter of strides, and he's grinded it out.
So what were the instructions? From gate number 1, you were hoping for an economical trip?
Yeah, look, as Michael says, keep it economical and just ride as you find it.
And what about winning on a night like tonight? Fashion Friday, big group race meeting. How's the atmosphere for you right now?
Look, this is what gets you up every morning, isn't it? It's the adrenaline. This is what it's all about, you know.
And the association with the Michael Costa camp, obviously going very nicely, but how long has that been happening for?
Well, I'm 2 from 2 this season. It can only go downhill from here.
No, it can only continue, I think, is what it is going to be like. Hey, well done. You've got a couple more rides tonight. Cabocan in the Al Maktoum and Senator of State in the Guineas. How are you feeling?
Yeah, obviously Cabocan's a well-solicited horse. A winner of the race 2 years previous. His work is exceptional, so fingers crossed the blinkers just sparked there.
Hey, good luck for the rest of the night, and I'm sure they're watching from home. Well done.
Thanks, Cassie.
Well done, Andy Slattery, as he walks back into the weighing room and just talking to Cassie there about his ride on Kabir Khan. The crash with Safi Osborne there, who we saw, who's got Heart of Honour to come. Good ride, had to wait for the moments from stall 1, but took his medicine and quickened up like a good horse as well, El Najm. Now let's see the efficiency, the race efficiency, the time in which it was run. And efficiency-wise, just over 102%, Angus.
Yeah, El Najm's come home quite strongly, 2.22% quicker in the final 400 metres and through the rest of the race, 23.08, displaying what sort of turn of foot he had in the closing stages in what was a very strongly run contest, Nick.
Yeah.
The early fractions, courtesy of Shootout, were fierce. 13.61, then they went 10.75, 11.02, 11.57. They were not hanging around out front there, and it's set up for a horse who just get a bit of cover, went the shortest way round under a good ride from Andy Slattery.
And that's key, isn't it? Let's call it up. And it's contrasting fortunes, isn't it? Considering our winner right from 1, yes, you have to wait for the run, but when you're keen and wide, and El Najm, his stablemate, Meydan, was out in 15, it all went wrong for the reigning holder.
Yeah, he had no chance from 15, really. The winner's got a lovely ride in behind the leaders, travelled strongly, broke pretty well out of the gates. You can see Meydan very wide. Sylvester de Souza looking to his left, he's trying to tuck in, but he can't really get right where he wants to be. Mysterious Knight, big white face, he's a little bit too keen under William Buick. William can get a bit of cover now. He was probably too wide as well from stall 10. Apollo 1 pushing forward under Kieran Schumacher towards the outside. He's better known as a 6th furlong specialist. They decided to use his speed today and see if he could last, but he couldn't because really he was attending very, very strong fractions up front. Kanjar travelling well against the rail, and there's Andy Slattery, white cap, shortest way round, travelling very strongly at this stage. Meydan has now got in, Nick, but he's 3rd last. That's not ideal on the turf here at Meydan. And look how wide he's having to go here. Widest of all in those yellow colours. He's probably run a really good race, given the trip he got.
Chicago critic for John Murtagh has run an absolute belter down the outside, cheap pieces on. And one that really does catch the eye, the French-trained newcomer here was Stéphane Pasquet aboard Tumbler, who runs on for 3rd despite traffic problems, despite being keen early. And that has gone straight in my notebook.
Yeah, that was a big run from Tumbler, possibly unlucky not to have won, really, given the trouble that he got. But the story of the race is very strongly run, and those rated just off that strong pace with the principals at the end.
That was the Al Fahidi Fort of 2026. And it went to the same stable who took it last year, different horse on this occasion. El Najm beat Chicago Critic a whisker, Tumbler in 3rd, and Andreas Vesalius in 4th.
And we roll on with the presentation then for race number 3, the Al Fahidi Fort, presented by Longines. We welcome once again Mr. Najib Kiwan, the regional brand manager, to present our 3 awards. to the connections of El Najm. Very exciting reappearance from this gelded son of See the Stars. So first of all, we welcome to the stage, collecting on behalf of the winning owner, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Please welcome Mohammed Saeed Al Shehi. Well done to Mr. Al Shehi and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. And we welcome now, with the family, please welcome the winning trainer, Michael Costa. And the winning rider, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Andrew Slattery. And everyone can come back together alongside Najib Kiwan, the regional brand manager at Longines, for this presentation for the Al Fahidi Fort. The winning connections of El Najm. That is the countdown to the Al Maktoum Challenge. There you have it, 1 hour, 27 minutes, exactly now. Al Maktoum Challenge, one of tonight's Group 1s for thoroughbreds, and what a race it promises to be. Not too far away, a few races to take in before that dirt feature. And before that, we have Faces at the Races on Fashion Friday. Your chance to win 500 dirham with just a smile. I like it down here. Big smiles, big waves. Sometimes flags, sometimes pictures, sometimes children get waved in search of a win in Faces at the Races. And who's it going to be tonight for Faces at the Races number 2? Big smiles, very cute. You can win whatever age, it's fine. You don't have to take an adult with you. You can't eat the camera, that doesn't count. Who's going to win tonight's second Faces at the Races? It is going to be up the stairs. You've won before. I recognise you. I'm certain you have, because I've commented on your moustache in the past, and what a lovely moustache it is. Tash at the Races, you have won 500 dirham. to and from Meydan. Number 1 then, ahead of this Al Shindaga sprint, is Dark Saffron. Connor Beasley rides, has a visor on, does this horse, as well as the red hood, and a tongue tie as well. Now, the visor was on for the last success. Well, they had one in blinkers, but they didn't seem to work the last couple of starts. He wants things his own way up in front. That might happen tonight, but he's just got to prove himself again off the back of a couple of disappointing efforts.
Runner number 2 is Al Nasib, this 5-year-old horse. He's going to have the services of Sylvester de Souza. Masaba Al Mahiri does train. He's a 5-time winner from the 8 starts. Confidence should be sky high. He's unbeaten in his last 3. But can he make it 4 on the trot? What are the chances of that? He does come up against, obviously, a smaller field, so that, again, enhances his chances. But he just did it so nicely in the Dubawi Stakes last time that I can't look past him.
There is Drew's Gold, still waiting on Mufasa. Drew's Gold is in for William Buick and Bhupat Seemar. And Drew's Gold is a son of Violence, who was a winner last time from Echo Point. Pretty comfortable on that occasion as well. Extended away nicely. Will need to step up, but every chance he can do that.
He's sort of just loping along quite nicely as well, isn't he? So he's 3rd last year, and anything can happen. Number 5 on screen is Morning. Now, Bhupat Seemar has the majority of runners here in the race, or half of them, I should say. He's on the quick backup from Sharjah, though. That is maybe the only concern, but he did take out one of their features there, and he finished 5th in this race last year. He's got a beautiful face on him. He's a big, baldy, white-faced, gorgeous. Look at it. He's actually looking straight at the camera, showing off his beautiful head.
Yeah, he's pretty striking, isn't he?
Yeah.
Morning. Richard Mullen looking for a second winner of the night. This is Colour Up. I love this horse. He's just such an ever-present out here. He's the sort of horse that you sort of damn with faint praise a bit, because he always finds something a bit too good, Cassie. But like, he's very capable on his day, and he's going to be there or thereabouts. I'd love him to get a win, but we'll see if that happens tonight. You get the sense that something might just prove a bit too good.
He is very consistent. I recently wrote an article, or somebody else wrote it actually, I published it, but here's me taking credit for other people's work. That's terrible, isn't it? And they were really thinking that he was going to do a good job last time out. Slightly disappointed maybe, but this weekend, it's a whole different weekend. He's got a shot.
And then Mufasa. Mufasa, as the bell goes, for Tygo Shea and Bhupat Seemar, who he travelled so well last time and looked the winner, and then Al Nasib stormed past. A bit concerned by what he found, but he'll probably just sit off Dark Saffron, and if he took a couple of starts to get fit, then he's a live candidate. I think at one stage he'll look the winner, but whether he lasts home, we'll see.
I have Doug Watson here, and Doug, your horse has just been awarded Best Presented. He's certainly gone out nice and relaxed. How are your confidence levels this evening?
Oh, it's a tough race, but he always puts in a great effort. Broke a little slow last time and kind of got detached, but came home nicely. Hopefully he can sit in behind him today and finish like we think he can.
He's third up tonight,
Yep.
and so he likes it this way. This is his peak sort of zone.
I hope so, yeah. He's been doing great at home. I like the 3-week instead of 4-week with him. Gets a little bored, I think he does, and had a little more pep in his step tonight, and looked like he was looking forward to the race a little more than last time. So hopefully he breaks well, and if he gets in there, he's always in with a little chance, and he's just a superstar that Saeed has that earns a check every time, but we want to get the big one time.
Super honest, but do tactics come into play with such a small field?
Just have to see where we come from a little bit off of it, so it depends on the pace and getting a clear run there. The first run, I don't think he would have beat El Nasib, but he did get stopped there kind of right in the middle of the lane and still ran on to be second. So just needs to break with him, and if he does, he'll put in a good effort.
Just quickly, First Class fans out there, how did he pull up?
It looks good, yeah. They're kind of gone, and this isn't really suited for trainers looking at their horses after the race, but they're all the way back there. So, but they said he pulled up good, and I think that's another one. He just started last year. This was, I think he was 6th in the Maktoum Challenge, and then after that won the Group 1 and ran second in the Group 1 and came back on World Cup night. So I think it's just his time of year, and he's a year older, but he's doing really well. And I really was pleased with Jafar too. He was 4th in the race, and he should come on a little bit from that too.
Hey, well, good luck here with Colour Up.
Thanks, appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
So time for the Best Turned Out Award has gone to Colour Up. There we are, we heard from the trainer, and Colour Up is the best turned out. And well done to the winning groom, which is Shadir Alam. He is being presented his award, 750 dirham by Mr. Ali Esser, and also some friends of ours from Germany. Good Abend to both of you. I hope you're having a lovely evening. And thanks for coming here tonight, looking beautifully turned out yourselves on Fashion Friday, the very embodiment of Fashion Friday there. And Mr. Ali Esser presenting the award as well for PHI Advertising. Well done to Shadir Alam. All right, here is El Nasib. I'm concerned I'm going to regret not picking this horse, Cassie. It's a slower track tonight than I was expecting. It's, the first couple of times have been on the slow side. Might just really suit this horse coming from off it.
It's not too late to jump on the bandwagon
no,
yet.
It is.
Okay, it's too late. Yeah, you have missed your chance. Yeah, exactly right. Tonight, how the track's playing, it might actually suit him right up the alley. 4 on the trot, though. That's almost unheard of, isn't it?
Well, particularly this horse, who didn't look the soundest. He had a long time off. He won on debut, he had a long time off, then looked good on return, then went off it a bit, had a bit of time off, and then, yeah, got a win in March, and then 2 from 2 so far this season. So he is, look, he hasn't got too many to pass. There's every chance turning for home he won't look like the winner, but he'll run past him. So we'll see.
He just looked like he was getting a little wound up there for a second. I don't know his character, but he's certainly settled down now. I must admit, I am starting to warm to your Dark Saffron thoughts. I loved him last season. Of course, he did such a great job. Yes, he's had a couple of misfires, but you said that they've tweaked things tonight, haven't they?
Well, it's just the tongue tie going on. I mean, he hasn't been seeing out his races, and the visor going back on. You know, if it doesn't work tonight, then I think, you know, that could be a sign that something's not quite right. But the yard have been, you know, their horses have been running well at big international prices. So, you know, they might be quiet on sort of official winners front, but they've been going okay. And
then again, the 3-year-old season, good. They just drop off a little bit. We've seen it with Mendelssohn son earlier tonight, didn't we? We saw it with Mendelssohn.
Mendelssohn Bay, yeah.
Mendelssohn Bay. Apologies, Mendelssohn Bay. So this is his 4-year-old year. We might see him back bigger, better next season.
Yeah, he came back in form, and then the run in December was really disappointing, and start of January he was disappointing. So I don't know. If the visor doesn't work again today, then fine. But I thought I'd give him a chance. And then this horse, Drew's Gold, the other, one or two Triple R racing horses in there. He could be anything really. He's, you know, for this new yard. He's a 6-year-old, as is Mufasa, but he was good last time, and you know, I don't really know what his limit is. Obviously, Ty chooses Mufasa, a strong travelling horse, but Drew's Gold looked pretty capable last time, I thought.
These owners have had a pretty busy night as well, too, obviously, in this race, Mufasa and Drew's Gold. We see the Triple R Racing Silks. I think he was really well placed last start. I think he got a really good race, and he pinched an easy victory. I think it's going to be tougher, but looking at him on screen, he is screaming out, like, look at me, pick me for best turned out. I think he looks absolutely wonderful.
And Mufasa, I mentioned, he's just such a beautiful travelling horse, but he'll want to find... I was surprised he didn't win last time, but given how well he was travelling, I thought he just... If you'd have stopped it 2 furlongs from home, I wouldn't have thought he'd have been beaten 3 lengths, put it that way.
Does he have bragging rights beating White Abario once upon a time as well?
Yeah, quite possibly. He'll come out of stall 1 and Dark Saffron will try and cross him. So it's not the biggest field, but it's an interesting race given how it's going to unfold, and it will unfold with Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yeah, nice small field here, and they only want 1 horse overseas on the market, and that is Al Nassib. He's going to be about 7-4 on the off, I reckon. He'll be very, very short, and it's one-way traffic for him. 3-time winner, looking for that 4th win on the bounce here for this awesome son of Profitable, who's just been a marvel. Here's Morning. He's off 5 days, running and dominating at Sharjah on Sunday last week. Ready to go. The El Shindaga field are sent on their way, and Dark Saffron caught it to a flyer. Half a length in advance of Al Nassib on settling down, who's close enough also. Colour Up is also working up. Drew's Gold is 4 deep down the back here. The 2 back markers are up with the speed. Mufasa in behind them, and Morning is out to the end as they head to the 900-metre marker in the El Shindaga sprint. Taking over the lead as they work off the back section of the course here now is Al Nassib to the outside of Dark Saffron. They match motors together. Colour Up half a length away in 3rd position. Mufasa didn't expect this map at all. Drew's Gold in a small field. You could throw a blanket over them at the moment, but he's 5 deep down the side, and Morning has seen them all the entire way. It is Dark Saffron who's matched up on the outside by Al Nassib coming into the straight, and he takes over a narrow lead. Colour Up there as well. Drew's Gold, he's relished the hot tempo. He's been deep the trip, but travels in strongly. It's Colour Up and Al Nassib. They get to Dark Saffron. Drew's Gold finding plenty the outside at the 200-metre mark. It's Drew's Gold from Al Nassib, who has to rise to the occasion, and Colour Up into 3rd. Drew's Gold coming away for William Buick. Drew's Gold for Triple R Racing goes on to win the El Shindaga. 1.5 lengths to Al Nassib. 3rd over was Colour Up. Another placing for him. Then came Mufasa from Morning, and Dark Saffron, the last one to greet the judge. Drew's Gold, the 6-year-old, gelding by Violence. He was impressive. They gave him a kill last time out in an 85 to 105. He steps back up into group company, and he is too strong for them. Not only that, he was 4 deep the trip for the entirety. Storms into the straight, and in the small field is able to come away and win convincingly. Al Nassib, a length and a half away in second. Colour Up, he has run another great race, and Mufasa takes 4th position. 4, 2, 6 and 3, your numbers across the line. It's Drew's Gold in the Al Shindaga. Winner's time, 1:11.35.
Well, we talked about this horse needing to prove himself in this sort of grade again, and he did that. You know, Will Buick was happy to have him wide and up there, and he's come widest of all in the straight, but he's run out a pretty ready winner. Similar finishing effort to last time. He's beaten El Nassib and Colour Up. I'm afraid Dark Saffron didn't see out his race again. That has to be a massive concern, but I mean, it was cosy enough in a field with not the biggest field, I know, but with depth to it, and he has backed up last time.
Well, he just proved that was no fluke, that last start victory at all. He has done it like a horse on the rise, a horse on the up, and he has done it brilliantly. He took 3rd prize last year in this race, and he's taken it out with a bit of authority, you could say there.
Yeah, mega impressive from Drew's Gold. El Nassib broke better here. I find it hard to sort of make excuses for him as such, because, you know, he's been on the speed, he's seen off Dark Saffron. I know that horse has been well beaten. Maybe they went too hard up top and he's been punished for it, but I'm not sure. Obviously the last couple of races really suited him coming off it. He broke well here, but you know, Drew's Gold has won on merit on the day. El Nassib has obviously had a few tough efforts so far. Colour Up's run his sort of race, but Drew's Gold has been mega impressive to go and score for William Buick from El Nassib and Colour Up.
Those unofficial numbers there in the Al Shindaga Sprint, presented by Longines. 4, 2, 6, 3. Drew's Gold, your winner, 1:11.35. Winner's time confirmed. Margins the same, 1.5 by 1.5. 4, 2, 6, 3. Race 4.
Now, I do have Bhupat Seema just for a quick little quip about this horse, because they are coming back to scale. I suppose he has just proven that was no fluke last week.
Yeah, you know, coming from a handicap company to a group race, you know, among the best sprinters in this country, he's done it really well. We haven't had him that long. 2 starts, 2 wins. Very pleased with him, and I have to thank Sheikh Rashid for having the trust in sending me this horse. We've had great success together, and hopefully long it may continue.
Well, he's coming back to scale, so go and soak up the victories, and good luck with him wherever he goes next. Looking forward to it.
Thank you. Thanks, Casey. Thank you.
Welcome back into the winners' enclosure. Our 4th winner of the night of the Al Shindaga Sprint, Drew's Gold.
looking forward to hearing from William Buick in a moment. He's just weighing back in now after Drew's Gold takes success in this Group 3 feature. William, first of all, congratulations, a lovely pickup ride for you. And he certainly proved that that was no fluke last time, that win.
Yeah, I mean, when I picked up the ride on him, I was delighted because when he won last time here, you know, he looked really good. So very progressive horse, super straightforward. And, you know, obviously Bupen and the team have got the key to him. He was very straightforward. He was foot perfect from the jump, comfortable on the outside, and you know, it was just about really letting him come home in his own time and fill up. And you know, once he hit the straight, it changed his leads and off he went.
Because you were pretty happy to punch him out and you know, 4 wide and whatnot. Was there any instructions given, or was that improvisation there?
Yeah, I think we were probably a bit surprised at some of them being as close to the pace as they were, and I think we all anticipated it maybe at a bit stronger pace, but we were always going to be towards the outside and not get any kickback, which is what he did when he won here last time. They didn't go overly quick tonight, but look, he was a very dominant performance from a progressive horse.
And a couple more rides this evening. A busy enough book for you. Just quickly in the Almac Tome, Artorius, are you excited about him?
I am, yeah. I really, he ran super the last time when I rode him in the race here on just before Christmas, festive Friday, sorry, and you know, he's entitled to come on for that run. So it's a very competitive race, but he ticks a lot of boxes. Look, he's got a bit of ground to make up on Heart of Honour. But he's a very likeable horse, and you know, whatever he does, he will do his best.
And just quickly, Opera Bello, because this one seems to be a real excitement machine.
Yeah, he is. Hey, Oscar, you okay? You want to talk?
Bless, that was pretty good, wasn't it?
Obviously, yeah, he's a hugely exciting horse, and look, he steps off the Group 1 company tonight. Was very smooth the last day, so we're looking forward to him.
Yeah. Well done.
Thank you very much.
And correct weight is given in the Al Shindaga Sprint. 4, 2, 6 and 3. 4, 2, 6, 3. Drew's Gold, your winner, 111.35. Margins a length and a half by a length and a half. Correct weight, race 4.
Time then for the presentation for our fourth race. That was the Alshin Dagger Sprint presented by Longines. And to make the presentation, once again, we would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Najib Kiwan, the Regional Brand Manager at Longines. Our thanks to him. And he makes his way up to the stage to present 3 awards to the collections of Drew's Gold, Triple R Racing. They had 2 in the race, and they won it with Drew's Gold. First of all, collecting on their behalf, we welcome to the stage Abdullah and Muhammad Amin. Well done to Triple R Racing with Drew's Gold. And we welcome to the stage now the winning trainer of Drew's Gold. Once again, that is Bhupat Seema. Well done to Bhupat and family as well, up collecting the award. And we heard from the winning rider already. We welcome up once again William Buick coming up with family. That includes his 2 boys, Thomas and Oscar Buick. Welcome William Buick to the stage. Well done to Will. It's got a host of good rides coming up as well. And once again, everyone can come together for a big group photo. Triple R Racing, the Buicks, Seamars. Thanks again to Najib Kiwan for presenting the award. And ladies and gentlemen, the winning collections of Drew's Gold. First horse we're going to look at then is horse number 3, Democracy Dilemma. Has got bags of pace, this horse. Great to see him here as well in the colours of Mrs. Fitzgiani Hay. Loads of winners for the Hays out here as well over the years, and Democracy Dilemma could be well suited to this track. Loads of pace, bit of a tailwind, maybe no bad thing. Kieran Schumacher takes the ride.
Runner number 4, Spartan Arrow. This one, Holly Doyle, the services of Holly Doyle on her, trained by Archie Watson. I think this is his first start of this season as well, so good luck to the camp there. Holly has a long-term association with the horse. That should always be an additional benefit. And actually has bragging rights, having beat West Acre last time out at Dundalk. That was back in December. So Spartan Arrow, runner number 4, I think has to be a decent top 4 hope here in this race.
Horse number 5 is Tawala. Tawala lining up here after a bit of a break, although Michael Costa had a winner off a break earlier on, didn't he? And an impressive one as well. Sylvester de Souza takes the ride on this horse, rated 103, was well behind West Acre a couple of starts back, and then subsequently beaten at Jebel Ali. Prior to that was in good nick. Best form over the 1200. But it's a 6-year-old. He could take a step forward this season. Will want to probably to take this. And you imagine this is a bit of a starting point onto other things off the back of it, maybe ever a bit further.
Runner number 6 up the dash here of the 1,000 metres on the turf. Number 6, it is Logo Hunter. Now an 8-year-old. Now we haven't seen this horse since this race last year, Logo Hunter. He is having his first start for the trainer, Ali Al-Badawi, in RR Racing, Triple R Racing. We've seen them very busy. Of course, we just saw the Silks salute in the previous with Drew's Gold, so imagine a bit of a race-to-race double for them with Logo Hunter, perhaps.
Number 7 is Pontos, Makar Barcelona rise. Loads of pace, this horse. He's a real favourite out here. He was the first Czech winner at this meeting ever, and that was a couple of seasons ago. Maybe he's not quite the force of old, but he'll be going forward out of 8 and seeing how long he can last home.
Eight in the book is Echo Point. This one is drawn 11 over the straight, so of course there's no bends, just up the straight here. Echo Point, he comes into this one as a horse that just always shows up. He's just never beaten by much. He usually has to carry big weights, which, I mean, they all do in this race, except for one, of course. So he's just as honest as the day is long, and Echo Point, runner number 8, I hope he's going to put in a bold effort tonight.
This is Swift Asset for Bhupat Seema and Tai Gaucher. Swift Asset, who was behind Cover Up last time over the 1,000 metres, a little bit back as well. But prior to that, had some decent form, mixing it up across starts over the Gulf. I guess the biggest issue here is just on ratings. This Son of Profitable has a little bit to fire, but it's still relatively early days out here.
Runner number 10. Now, he's just rated as a 95, so he's up against some of the tougher horses. He's only a 4-year-old. He's here for Richard Spencer. Safi Osborne, she'll be on board. I'm interested to see how he's going to adapt to the UAE. This is his Meydan debut. His recent racing, we were at Southwell and York and the starts prior to that. And yeah, I'm interested to see how he's going to fare.
Looked a progressive horse in the UK. Had some good form in the UK, did that horse, but has a bit of a step up. It's not so much of a step up for Hilatani at the weights, and Cassie's tipped this horse, and I can see it. Getting all those 3-year-old allowances, had some good form earlier on in the season over the summer. You know, last time was behind some good horses, including an owner companion and a couple of nice Godolphin horses. Will want to step up on that, but every chance that he will. Hilatani. Should be a bit of pace on here.
Yeah, I just thought the 55 kilograms, that worked the magic last year with West Acre. Of course, West Acre is going to be carrying a whole lot more, and I just thought this could just be the shortest way home, right? The lightest weight. Yes, it's over a quick dash, but I think he could be right in the mix, and he could be an upset.
So the Blue Point Sprint presented by Longines. Plenty of UK runners here. They tend to target this division pretty strongly. Some locally trained horses, the Czech Pontos, the man from the UK, Hilitani also. Wishing all the best to all the runners out here. Swift Asset incidentally now has a white cap, so just keep an eye on that. Swift Asset number 9, just cantering down in front of the stands now, white cap. This is West Acre for Callum Shepherd and George Scott and Michael Blenko. This horse does tend to come in a little bit late, can be a bit hot. First go for 63 days, so he is making his way in now. And we wish West Acre all the best. Was brilliant out here last year as a 3-year-old.
You want me to do? So last but not least, I'll just let him go past. There he is. Runner number 2, Cover Up. Last start, track and distance winner. Cannot knock that. He was 3rd in this race last year, and the stable are enjoying another great UAE campaign. Simon and Ed Crisford, William Buick having already tasted success as well, so looking towards Cover Up, just making his way out onto the track. We'll also be checking in with trainer George Scott in a moment in regards to West Acre too. All right, George, thanks for your time again. I chatted to you, I think, Dubai World Cup night, and it was a good success on that occasion, so I hope the same tonight. West Acre, that's his story. He likes to stay up there a little bit later, come down to the parade ring. Is that the norm?
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, it's good to be back with him. It's obviously a track that he enjoys. And like always, they're very accommodating for a horse like him who doesn't need to see too many of the preliminaries.
Now, what about the difference in the weight this year? Concerned?
Well, I mean, look, there's a weight for age scale for a reason. You know, he's a year older and therefore carries obviously the full weight and gets a penalty as well. But, you know, he comes here in good form. He's been happy with the way he's training. Cover Up comes here off the back of a win and obviously looks a sort of paper favourite.
All right, so there's a little bit of confidence in the camp I'm sensing from you, but you're happy to be here and you're respectful of obviously the opposition as well. But confidence, you'd be disappointed if you didn't get a top 3 tonight?
Well, I mean, look, he's trained really well. I mean, he is a little bit of an enigma, West Acre. You know, on his day, he's absolutely scintillating, and but he can throw the odd one in. But yeah, I've been very happy with the way he's been training. This race is going to be run at a ferocious pace, so hopefully he doesn't get too far out of his ground, and we'll see what happens. But it's a good race. You know, racing tonight's been very competitive, few upsets, so hopefully we can buck that trend.
Hey, thanks for the chat, Scott. Good luck.
Pleasure. Nice to see you.
Right, it is best turned out time for our 5th contest. Halfway through the evening now. I hope you've enjoyed all the action. Our winning groom is Umar Farouk. Well done to him. He's leading around horse number 4, Spartan Arrow. There's Romulo and Carlo They make the Best Turnout Award happen. Thanks to them, alongside PHI Advertising. They're the glue that holds it all together. There's the handshake from Mr. Aliesa, PHI's CEO. And congratulations again to Umar Farouk. Reminder that for this bumper night, it's 750 dirham to the winning groom, as it is such a big night of racing. Well done to our groom tonight. They are circling down behind the stalls. There's good old Pontos. So what do we think here? Remind me who you were with, Cassie.
Well, I mean, after talking to George just then, there was a little bit of confidence I was sensing from him about West Acre. He's been working a treat, apparently, and as we've seen throughout the night, there have been some upsets, so there's no such thing as a script in racing. The horses certainly don't follow it. I am sticking with the 55 kilograms, though. I'm going with Hilatani, the 3-year-old, who gets in to really utilise being a youngster up against these older horses, and I'm going with him. I said him at the start of the day. I'm sticking with him, number 11.
Okay. That is... yeah, listen, you might look a genius off the back of this, Cassie.
I hope so.
I thought Cover Up was probably the one to beat on account of what he did last time. And West Acre, I'm keen to see how he gets on here for the first start here of the 4-year-old campaign. Very talented, sort of stalk and pounce type horse. And George Scott's had great success between here and Bahrain with their campaigning horses out here. Now that's Cover Up, is it? Just slowly making his way down. In fact, this was the case when he won here last time. He gets ponied down on the rail. They're just trying to keep a lid on him for as long as possible. I mean, that's the nature of all these sprinters, right? They're going to be pretty hot horses. Some of them don't take too many spins around the paddock in these this testing environment here with the lights on and a big crowd in. But so far everything seems to be okay. And he'll come out of stall number 10. We'll probably look to track Pontos, I'd have thought, out of 8 and just sit in behind that pace that he's going to set, I would imagine. And Democracy Dilemma's a very fast horse. Robert Cowell's had previous success out here. Tawala's not short of speed as well, out of stall number 9. There was a time where you wanted to race over towards the stand side, but that seems to have gone now, and you tend to want to be middle to far side, I think. But it's a nice big open expanse, isn't it?
And the rail's in the true position, of course, for these big nights as well, so we get to use up the whole track. In fact, was it out 12 metres the other night? Like last week it was out 12 metres or something.
Well, it was, yes, so it was 8 2 weeks ago. It may have been 10. Yeah, I think it was 12, yeah. Which really narrows it off.
It really does, yeah, and you can really appreciate from that drone footage as well. Again, just looking at the track, it's an absolute picture, isn't it? It's marvellous Meydan.
They're always trying to keep that fresh ground for these big race nights. So loading process well underway. Just a special mention to Dolly if you're watching at home. Not sure if you are, but I know you've had a rough year. Good to hear you're on the mend. Let's join Pat Comerford.
So the loading process starts. Spartan Arrow's been brought forward. Hilatani comes up into line with Tawala. The man also joins the line. About 6 of them left to load. Here's West Acre. A couple of them heading up a little bit slower than the rest, making their way up in their own time, trying to keep them as under wraps as possible. A few of them can get quite stirred up. Here is Echo Point. Runs second to Drew's Gold and steps back out onto the turf here, so that form line on the dirt might be good in Echo Point's favour. Connor Beasley on board there for Masaba El Meheri and Mr. Nasser Asker. Here's Pontos and Logo Hunter. Last one up, Democracy Dilemma. And we'll be ready for the Blue Point Sprint. 850,000, Group 2. Ready. Democracy Dilemma up in the gates. Has he got himself cast? I think he may have. Oh, he wants to go again here. This is not ideal. So take note here. This horse will be getting backed out. Kieran Schumacher's taken some evasive action. Okay, this is coming out. We'll get that confirmed. Yeah, this is coming out. So take note, Democracy Dilemma scratched on veterinary advice. He's out. We're down to 10. So take note, 3 is out, ready to go. They'll send these momentarily. Right and ready and away. Without Democracy Dilemma in the Blue Point sprint for 850,000. Pontos getting to the lead as he likes to do from Spartan E Arrow, who's up into second position. The Man is third, fourth Echo Point to the near side from Tawala. Then came Logo Hunter. It was a length and a half now to cover up. Followed there by Hillitaney, Swift Asset and Westacre second last and last, spotting the leaders 6 or 7, maybe 8 lengths now as Pontos is allowed to let stride here at the 500 metres in the Blue Point sprint. He's a neck in advance of Echo Point. Then came Spartan Arrow, the Man in behind them. Tawala winding up. In behind them is next there Cover Up, looking for a way clear, and he heads through now and begins his run from Logo Hunter, Westacre, Hillitaney. It's Pontos and Echo Point. Cover Up now starting to lift here over on the far side. It's Echo Point from Pontos. Cover Up getting there with every stride. It's Echo Point, but here comes Cover Up. Cover Up over the top. Cover Up wins it. A length and a half here to Echo Point. Pontos third over. Fourth was Hillitaney and Westacre. They were there next over from the Man. Spartan Arrow, Tawala, Logo Hunter and Swift Asset pulls up, and he just passes the post now along last. Cover Up. Hasn't he got that explosive turn of foot when the button is pressed? Echo Point, second to Drew's Gold last time out. He has run an absolute fabulous race. Pontos has run into the money as well, and Hillitaney will take fourth from Westacre, who was well back out of the contest through the middle stages. But Cover Up goes on to win. Time will come up shortly. 57.12 winner's time for 1,000 metres. We'll get that confirmed along with margin shortly, but it's Cover Up in the Blue Point sprint.
Well, that was quite a fabulous win. Ed, congratulations. He got the perfect bit of cover, covered up. He was perfectly named, and then he was looking for a gap. Were you nervous?
Yeah, I mean, that's the style of racing. We thought there'd be plenty of pace on before the race, and there was, and I thought William just rode a very sensible race, and you know, as you said, he covered him up, and that's the style, and he picked up really nicely. You know, it's the last furlong, you could always tell he was getting there, and he finished super well.
Third in this race last year. Obviously the track, the distance, win last time out. You would have brought a lot of confidence from that into tonight?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think this year he's slightly just a slightly bigger, stronger horse. He's an older horse, and he's a little bit more straightforward mentally. And he's doing things really well, and he loves Dubai. He trains her really well, and no, very, very pleased.
Where do we see him next time?
Well, I think we'll have to see. I mean, there's no more 5 furlong races here. So whether we just put him away and take him back to the UK, that could be the plan.
Ed, well done. Another great campaign as well, and enjoy this one.
Thank you.
Unofficial numbers in the Blue Point sprint presented by Longines, 287 and 11. 287.11 Cover Up. Stops the clock in 57.12. Margins won by 1.5. 287.11. Race 5.
Well, William Buick, that's a double for him. He gets on really well with this horse as well. Well done to Simon and Ed Crisford. This horse in the colours of Khalifa Saeed Suleiman. Welcome back in, the winner of the Blue Point Sprint presented by Longines. Cover up!
William Buick, he is just coming off the scales now. William, congratulations. I get to speak to you again so soon. Well done. A lovely ride, because that's exactly his style of racing, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. And the race on paper beforehand looked like it was going to set up nicely for him, and it did. So, but you know, Simon and Ed had him in great form, obviously, and he's come here this year a better horse, you know, a more confident horse, more professional. So he's definitely improved from last year, and you know, this flat 5 with a strong pace to run at just seems to suit him so well. So I'm delighted with him. You know, well-deserved Group 2 for him.
He was the last one into the parade ring, the last one out on the track, but the first one home. Is that just about keeping him nice and composed? Because can he get a little bit fizzy?
Yeah, he wants to please you the whole time, everything he does, and I think that's just to give him the best possible chance of keeping calm and keeping him composed before the start. You know, he's a 5-furlong sprint, he's a lot of energy, so you know, it makes sense.
Well, well done, and enjoy the rest of the night. I've already quizzed you, but go well again.
Thank you very much.
Correct weight in the Blue Point Sprint, presented by Longines, 287 and 11, 287.11. Cover up your winner, 57.12. Margins a length by a length and 3/4. Correct weight, race 5.
All right, time for the presentation then for the Blue Point Sprint presented by Longines. We once again welcome to the stage to present the award Mr. Najib Kiwan, the Regional Brand Manager. Sincere thanks to Mr. Kiwan for presenting our awards this evening and to Longines. And we once again will welcome the winning connections of race number 5, the Blue Point Sprint. So, to collect on behalf of Khalifa Saeed Suleiman, please welcome to the stage winning connections, Hamdan and Maktoum Al Sabusi. This horse bred by Godolphin. We've got a great record under William Buick, who we'll see shortly. But first of all, we welcome to the stage one half of the Crisford Training Partnership. Please welcome winning trainer Ed Crisford. Well done to Ed. He and Father Simon been well rewarded this season with an excellent team they've got out here. And welcome once again our winning rider, William Buick, who has Oscar once again dragging him up for company. Quite right too. Well done to Will Buick. Everyone comes together again for the group photo. Thanks again to Hamdan and Maktoum Al Sabusi, Red Crisford, William Buick. The winning connections, ladies and gentlemen, of Cover Up. Right, goodness me, that hour's gone quickly. 14 minutes to go until the Al Maktoum Challenge presented by Longines. First of our Group 1s, and the horses are in the paddock. But first of all, it's your chance to win 500 dirham just for smiling back in the paddock garden. Hope you're enjoying all your food and beverages in there. But you can elevate that package. Yes, just for smiling, just for looking happy, just for showing your beautiful face, wiggling your fingers, whatever you want. Yeah, you can't smile with food in your mouth, can you? Who is going to win? It could be you, sir. Could be men and women that win faces at the races. Nice facial hair, good wave, double-handed wave, I like that. Hand in the pocket, nonchalant from you, sir. Nice t-shirt, jacket combination, the tension's building. The winner is gonna be... the heart shape takes it. And blow a kiss, that's lovely. You have won 500 dirham. Congratulations. You can go and collect your prize. Horses are in. A reminder, this is a bonus race. If you win this and the Dubai World Cup, 1.2 million US dollars, that's 10% of the prize fund for the Dubai World Cup itself, could be yours. And this is a win and you're in. You win it, you're in it, and in with a chance of the bonus. Cassie.
Yeah, it's a big deal race, isn't it? With some big deal horses. And one of those is runner number 2, Imperial Emperor. For Diva Racing, Richie Mullins on board. Bupat Seamar with some firepower in this race. He delivered in the El Maktoum Mile last month on what was Festive Friday. Richie knows this horse, has ridden him before. He puts himself in the race and you know he's going to be there at the business end.
Yeah, he's been very consistent, really, bar that disappointment in the World Cup itself. This is Heart of Honour. It's a slow track tonight. That could really suit his style. He doesn't tend to break that well out of 2. He's going to want to angle out and run him down late on. We've seen that already. He's, I think, been more tractable since he's been gelded. Still not the sharpest away, but he's brilliant, and he's lit up the last 2 carnivals. Heart of Honour for the Osbornes.
Runner number 4 is Tumba Rumba. James Doyle's on board. This one for Hamid Al-Jihadi, Watnan Racing. I have a query about him. He's been up and distance most of his racing. He is expected to improve, perhaps, I hope, from this UAE second up performance. He was 15 lengths behind Imperial Emperor last time out. Previous racing was in the USA. I'm hoping that he's going to put in an improved performance tonight. Relished those conditions 2 starts ago, did Remorse. Now he gets gate number 1 here over this 1900 metre trip. That was back in handicap conditions, so an easier race, no doubt about that. He's over the 1900 metres again. This one is going to be more difficult, absolutely it is, but he's in.
This is Kabir Khan. He looked a real World Cup candidate for previous connections, but it didn't transpire a few seasons ago. Look, he's on the comeback trail. It's probably now or never, really. He's obviously not been the most straightforward. He's had his issues. He was well beaten on reappearance last time. He has got the back class, but whether he's capable of or not of showing it remains to be seen. We'll find out. He's the son of a previous World Cup winner, California Crow. Go back to Artorias also. This horse ran really well behind Heart of Honour last time. He's likely to get out of 9, and I would say he'll be wide under William Buick. He's looking for a treble. Similar sort of ride to that he gave Drew's Gold. He will be wide, he won't be too far off it, and we'll see how he finishes up. He's still got a bit to find, but that was very encouraging last time.
Runner number 8, Killer Collect. Now, it's only his 8th start tonight. He's a very lowly used horse. He has a big job ahead of him, but last start he never really got into the race at all behind Imperial Emperor, and that was his first up run after a year. So naturally, he's going to take a lot of benefit from that. Mikhail Banzalone's on board. He actually rode Walk of Stars in the Dubai World Cup. He's on board Killer Collect tonight. I'm interested to see how he's going to stand up this evening, number 8.
This is Mazmak, who is incidentally the best turned out winner. Mazmak, we'll come to that shortly. Mazmak lines up here as a son of Ina Rosso. He's 5, but he's got to prove himself in this sort of company since coming over from the States. 2 starts, haven't done that as yet. And he didn't necessarily take a step forward for the first start, but maybe up in distance will be the key. And we owe you Walk of Stars, who we will see soon enough, hopefully. Horse number 1 for Bupat Simar and Ty Gaucher. He'll be down into the paddock soon enough.
I have Jamie Osborne here, trainer of, well, a real fan favourite, Heart of Honour. Jamie, I loved him last season. I'm loving him, I think, even more this season. How about you? And is he just developing into a better racehorse this time around, do you think?
Look, he's always been a favourite of ours. I would have to say that his first 2 runs here this year are probably, you know, that he's running to a higher level than he ran here in the spring of last year. He's been training well. Today is the day of reckoning. There's a lot of work and a lot of planning and a lot of thought gone into this, and the talking has to stop now because we're about to find out, is he quite up to it? Obviously he's, you know, he beat the others. They were, you know, Walk of Stars was on his first race of the season. It's likely he'll come forward, and we've got to give him £7. We're £7 worse off. So realistically, our horse has to improve if he's going to be winning this. But as I do believe there's a chance he can improve.
Because I read a really good article earlier this week by Michael Adolphson, and he spoke to you, and you said that he's so much better this start or this week than he was when he was winning last time out. So you'll be taking confidence from that?
Our plan has always been to have him peaking for the second half of the Carnival, hopefully taking in this race, maybe Saudi, maybe the World Cup. So I believe we have him better today than we had him for his last start, but that will get tested in a minute, won't it?
Hey, good luck and thank you for the chat.
Thank you.
And this is Walk of Stars, who we owe you, who has just done one quick, well, not even a turn, just in and out. Tiger O'Shea takes the ride. Interesting, he's chosen him. He didn't choose him in the Dubai World Cup. He was on Imperial Emperor, but he clearly thinks the horse is going to take a massive step forward and back off levels with the rest, as opposed to carrying that Group 1 penalty last time. He'll try and get out and play hard to catch. Slow track tonight on the times may not be ideal, but we know how they're going to ride him, and he is the class, or one of the class acts in the race. Is he officially top rated? Yeah, by £1 to Imperial Emperor. It is best turnout time. It's gone to Masbach, number 9. The winning groom. We will meet very shortly. Well done to him. 750 dirham, given this is a bumper night of racing for Fashion Friday. A great prize for our grooms to win tonight. Thanks again to PHI Advertising. There's the check. Great work, David. Hand on the button as ever. We'd be lost without you. Genuinely lost. PHI Advertising are supporting all of our awards, and thanks to Sophia in the middle there for helping us present this award to our winning groom, who is Naseem Ahmed. There is Imperial Emperor in the Diva Racing colours heading down. He's been a real star for Connections, Imperial Emperor. They bought him as a nice handicapper to come out here, and he went off favourite for a Dubai World Cup. That'll do.
I would like to buy a nice handicapper like that. I mean, I have tried, but I haven't made it to the Group 1 level yet.
Must try harder, Cassie.
I need more money.
It's not easy. But yeah, look at that. All Connections with this horse are living the dream. Even if it was a bit disappointing on World Cup night. Last time was just really professional performance, I thought. He raced like a proper dirt horse.
And that's what you want to be doing at this time of the year. So the back end, well, we're halfway through the season, let's be honest, but we're getting towards those bigger race meetings. And he's got his game face on, he's looking around, he's taking in all the scenery. Of course, he knows this track like the back of his hand, being just trained across the back straight there. So this is just home for him, right? I wonder if they think this just feels like track work. Maybe they know the difference.
Yeah, and Richard Mallon will be looking to cause well, not another upset as such, but defeating the main stable Hope. This is Heart of Honour, who has been brilliant for Jim and Claire Bryce, and Safi and Jamie Osborne, and Adju de Vries when he was riding the horse before, and it's just been a sign of what you can do if you pick up the right horse to target at a dirt campaign.
What a cool dude he is. And I spoke to Jamie just before and he said, you know, this is the day of reckoning. All of the hopes, the Saudi hopes, the Dubai World Cup hopes, they're hanging on tonight. And he's a cool customer, as we know, laid back or lazy, whichever you want to call it, laid back. I'm torn between Walk of Stars and Heart of Honour tonight. And yeah, what a dude he is.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. And it was brutal on World Cup night where he was in front before and after the line in the derby, but there we are. You know, hopefully that'll be a distant memory if he goes on to run in Saudi Cups and Dubai World Cups. I think whatever, he deserves his place in those. I think a Saudi Cup could really suit him. But let's see what he does tonight. Walk of Stars is going to, well, he's going to play the rabbit, and you know, will he stop? I'm a little concerned for his run style about how the track has ridden tonight. But this horse is a bit of an enigma anyway, because he was a horse who, when he was ridden off the pace, he wouldn't go past another horse. So they thought, well, we'll just ride you on. If you start off in front, you'll be all right. And he has been.
I wasn't too concerned with that resuming defeat. He won second up last year before going on to win this. He meets Heart of Honour equal in the weights tonight, unlike last start as well. So I think on paper, when you read it like that, I think he's going to be the one to beat, as long as we don't bring back Enigma, Walk of Stars.
So that's the main contenders. They are circling down at the start for this first of the Group 1s. Reminder, it's a bonus race, $1.2 million if you win this, and the Dubai World Cup. That's 10% of the Dubai World Cup purse. And this is a win and you are in. So if you win this, you get a spot in the Dubai World Cup itself. I'd also like to remind you not to go anywhere after racing, because DJ Slim is playing in the Paddock Garden. Sticking around?
Absolutely. I'll be boogieing on the dance floor.
There we go.
I just sound like an old lady then.
You really did. Let's put everyone else off. So loading process is well underway. This is the first of the Group 1s, a fascinating one it is too. Pat, all yours.
What a race this is going to be. $1 million US, the prize pool, 3.68 million dirham. As the runners start to load forward for the Al Maktoum Challenge. A few more to load away. Killer Collect, Artorius, Imperial Emperor, the last three to load away. And the runners will be set here. Heart of Honour, your international market favourite. Killer Collect in. Runners are set here. Ready. Gates fly in the Al Maktoum Challenge. Walk of Stars was very quickly into stride. Matching Motors, Imperial Emperor to the outside. Massmac hunting up the middle, wanting a spot in the lead also. Killer Collect, Tumbarumba, Artorius 6 deep into the first bend. Remorse is in behind them. Sandro Piver hustling up to try and get a spot in behind the leading division here. Heart of Honour next, then Kabir Khan, their second last and last. So they make their way out onto the back of the course here in search of the 1400 metres. 883, 1134. So head to the 1400 and it's Massmac a half length. Holding the inside was Walk of Stars, a length to Imperial Emperor. Killer Collect 3 wide and no cover. Remorse is back on the running rail and tucked away under lock and key. A length back to Artorius, who's wide with cover. Kabir Khan next. Then came Tumbarumba, and Heart of Honour is now being shaken along at the back of the field. As we've seen plenty of times before, he's 8 lengths away from the leaders, where it's Massmac who's putting it to Walk of Stars, keeping the pace genuine. They've just tucked back over 12 seconds here for the first time in the race, but they've been high 11s throughout, and Massmac has made it a grueling task up in front here. He's dropping away now. Passing him is Walk of Stars, and upcoming on the wider side of the course here is Imperial Emperor, starting to make his run from Artorius. Killer Collect, then came Kabir Khan from Remorse. Tumbarumba, Heart of Honour's got it all to do. He's still last and detached. Remorse has gone amiss here as we continue in the 500 metre marker of the race and come into the straight, where it's Imperial Emperor and Walk of Stars. They're paired away now. 4 lengths in advance of Artorius. Tumbarumba, Heart of Honour next from Massmac and Kabir Khan. Khan, but here is Imperial Emperor. Imperial Emperor coming away by 4 or 5 lengths. Tumbarumba making ground, along with Artorias, Walk of Stars, Heart of Honour. He's too far back to make an impression now. It's Imperial Emperor. Tumbarumba getting there with every stride, making an interesting race, but another World Cup awaits for Imperial Emperor. A length and a half to Tumbarumba. Third across Heart of Honour. Fourth there was Artorias, then came Walk of Stars. Next over Kabir Khan from Mac Killer Collect. And unfortunately, we have Remorse. He's a non-finisher here in the event. He's been pulled up out of the event. Imperial Emperor for Richard Mullen and Bhupat Seema. Diva Racing may have another chance here at a Dubai World Cup. On that performance, you'll say he'll be there again. The 6-year-old by Dabawi off the rating of 115. Goes on to win Tumbarumba. What a run from him. Heart of Honour back in the field, rattling home, has ended up in 3rd position, 5 lengths away from the winner. And a length back from him was Artorias. 2-4-3-5. 2-4-3-5 in the Al Maktoum Challenge. Imperial Emperor, winner's time, 158.82.
Well, one horse has really turned up, and that is this horse, Imperial Emperor. We talked about him racing like a proper professional Durr horse last time. He tracked the pace. Walk of Stars, disappointing, definitely. But he's just gone through it like a real professional, this horse. He's sat in the right place, he kicked at the right time, and he's finished off really, really well. Look, this horse was very capable of over a mile, we know that. And maybe he's been running out of steam a little bit late on, but that's not enough to grab him. He's won over the 2,000 before, and he's a very impressive horse over this sort of distance. Now, Heart of Honour's run an incredible race given where he was, and he's come from way off it to go on and bag 3rd. Tumbarumba, a real improvement from him as well. But no doubt about the winner, Imperial Emperor cements his credentials for a Dubai World Cup. Cassie, I think, is with some winning connections.
Certainly am. I am with Diva Racing, Ryan Tung. He's getting plenty of hugs. Ryan, tell us your emotions right now, because he's just taken out this key race to the Dubai World Cup.
Well, I didn't think 2 years ago when I searched this horse and at the sales at Emirates, and to be here now to win a Grade 1 is just amazing. I'm just over the moon. Fantastic for my owners that have trusted me and let me buy this horse, and no, it's fantastic, and onwards to the World Cup. I think I did something right anyway there. Because
is that true that you purchased him to be a nice handicapper?
Of course, yeah. We've got small budgets compared to a lot of people, and for him to cost around 300,000 dirhams to then now he's won a Group 2, come second in a Grade 1, and now he's just won a Grade 1 and invited himself to the Dubai World Cup. It's fantastic. So, yeah, thank you.
I'll let you go and enjoy the celebrations with your group of people here. Well done. See you on Dubai World Cup night.
And the unofficial numbers in the Al Maktoum Challenge, 2-4-3-5. 2-4-3-5. Imperial Emperor, 158.82. Margins confirmed, a length and a quarter by 3 3/4 lengths. 2-4-3-5, race 6.
First Group 1 of the night, the Al Maktoum Challenge presented by Longines Group 1, taken out by Imperial Emperor.
You know, everybody is just soaking up this moment, everyone associated with Imperial Emperor, Diva Racing, of course Biphat Semar and Richie Mullen, who's already kicked home a winner earlier on in the night, and he's just weighing in now. The horse has made his exit, and Richie Mullen will be making his exit away from the scales in a moment too. Richie, for the second time tonight, I get to catch up with you. Okay, let's take this race start. Back to the start, please. You punched him out, and was that the plan, to be going forward and to be making the race your own?
Well, I was very happy when you tipped him up because you're a very good judge. So, but no, look, I was always... he's a horse that likes to be he's very, very straightforward, gets himself in a great slot always. I think that's the strongest point with him, his mentality and constitution. He just... everything takes everything, you know, the right way, and he broke well, and I just had to sort of keep the revs on because you're always aware horses going into that turn, and I've always said when you get to that turn, that's kind of basically where you are for the rest of the race. So I wanted to be positive with him, and he travelled like a dream. And then when I could see Bernardo dropping away down the back, I thought I have to go. It's earlier than you'd like, but I had to go because everyone else will be watching the same thing as I am in behind. They'll have a better view than I would, and all of a sudden you find yourself being third, you could be sixth and seventh in a matter of stride. So it wasn't the plan to go as early as I did, but he's got a great mind and travels so strongly. And look, I owed it to the owners. Tig beat me in the race last year, so look, I'm just keeping the saddle warm. It's his horse, and you know, I'm very thankful that he's, you know, he puts me in for these rides, and you know, Boopert and Ryan Tongue and the whole connections, you know, they've been supportive of me with this horse. So yeah, like I say, I kind of owed it to them because I got beaten the same race last year. So yeah, no, it's nice to get one for them, and a big one at that. So, but like I say, he's Tig's ride, and hopefully it's. He doesn't mind handing it to me again, I don't mind, but I won't be disappointed if he gets back on.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask you about that this time last year, but you booked him a ticket into the big one, so regardless of whether you do ride him on the big night or not, it must just be such a privilege to be a part of a story like that.
No, listen, myself and Boopert got back a long way. You know, I was a stable jockey in Zabeel for 16 years, and Boopert was assistant, and you know, we went, you know, times were moving and things, you know, we separated, but it was, you know, it was an amicable separation, and, you know, he's still willing to give me the opportunities when they arise, and he's got such a powerful stable, and in these kind of races, you saw tonight, he's multi-handed in it, so it's always nice to pick up the good ones, but I'm very appreciative of them and all the hard work everyone does back at Zabeel, because although we're standing here talking to you, there's an awful lot of work goes on behind the scenes, and the lads and the girls that do day in, day out, do these horses, and you know, spend every day with them, and we're the ones that take the plaudits, but it's really, it's them, and it makes our job very easy.
Hey, well done. Congratulations. A double on a big night like this. Well done.
Thanks.
And a hug there with his son, Liam. Well done to Richie Mullen, an extremely popular player out here, jockey out here, and I'm sure plenty of people really, really enjoyed that. Now, Imperial Emperor, who went one better than in this race last year, did it in a time of, we're about to see the efficiency graphic come through, 98.25, about right?
I think so, yeah. Look at the final time of 1:58.82. It's nowhere near the track record of 1:55.18 set by Mendelssohn in 2018. It was a strongly run race today, 98.25%, under 100, so he's getting a little bit tired in the closing stages, Imperial Emperor, but this was an honestly run contest. 11:34 the second furlong, 11:56, 11:94, so sub 12 seconds for those first 3.5 furlongs. So they were winging along in the early part of the race because Mazmak went and took on Walk of Stars.
Okay, and it will be an edited piece, of course, owing to the sad injury to the stablemate of the winner, Remorse, suffered late on in the race. Let's take it back to the start, to the beginning of the 1900 metres, and Angus, roll it on.
Yeah, stall 8 beats stall 7, beats stall 2 in third spot. Now, Heart of Honour, he can start very slowly in his races. He's jumped okay, actually. He's jumped with the others, but he soon drops back. and he's going to cop a load of kickback. Kabir Khan's back towards the rear with him as well. I mean, it's a really brave effort from Heart of Honour, because he's run against adversity throughout this contest, and he's managed to get himself somehow into third spot. But he's not an easy ride for Safi. You can see already off the bridle in behind. Meanwhile, up front, Walk of Stars. I think Talashe was hoping to get an easy lead, get his own way out in front, but Mazmak spoiled that party towards the outside.
You know what keeps echoing around my head for someone that was a Walk of Stars fan? It was those pre-race comments, and we did relay them. It's not after timing. Bhupat Seemar saying, yeah, he came second last year, but I feel Imperial Emperor's a better horse this year. Well, that's been borne out.
It has, and he's got a nice handy position as well, Nick,
yeah.
Just towards the outside. He's not going to be pushed too wide like Artorias is. He's very wide. Look at Tumba Rumba, second last. Heart of Honour in last under the full drive from Safi Osborne. To be fair to him, he does respond, and he runs through the kickback. You can see he's covered in it there in last spot, whereas there's not a speck of dirt on Imperial Emperor, who travelled up strongly, got to Walk of Stars, who stopped a bit tamely in front, but yes. I think that's possibly because he got taken on early through quite strong fractions, and Imperial Emperor too strong for Tumba Rumba, who was off the bridle a long way out, but ran on strongly in the closing stages. And Heart of Honour's not even in the shot yet, but he gets there.
He went off a 4-1 shot for the Dubai World Cup last year. He's granted his run this year. He didn't beat a rival last year. There were excuses. Now, I would fancy this time around he'll go off a bigger price, but I think he'll run a better race.
Yeah, I think he probably will. Yeah, he was lame, wasn't he, last year in the Dubai World Cup? They'll have another crack. Diva Racing, oh, what a thrill it's going to be for them.
Okay, let's show you that result of the first of the Group 1s for the Thoroughbreds. The Al Maktoum Challenge presented by Longines, 1900 metres. Imperial Emperor has won it and has beaten Tumba Rumba into second. Heart of Honour in third, and Artorias was 4. You're 1, 2, 3, 4.
So the first Group 1 for Thoroughbreds of the night has gone to Richard Mullen, to Diva Racing, Bhupat Seemar, Imperial Emperor. Al Maktoum Challenge presented by Longines. To make the presentation, we again welcome Mr. Najib Kiwan, the Regional Brand Manager at Longines. I hope you got your ear defenders in, because Diva Racing might get noisy, and quite right too. That's what we want on carnival nights and big nights like this. Remember, this is a win and you're in race, so into the Dubai World Cup, and $1.2 million bonus on offer as well. Should definitely try and go and win that. To collect the winning prize, the winning trophy, please welcome to the stage as many as Diva Racing as you like. Najib Kiwan has made the wise decision not to shake everyone's hand. Otherwise, we'd have been here all night. So if someone can pick up that trophy for us, don't mind who it is. Najib can present it. Ladies and gentlemen, Diva Racing! Good stuff. Living the dream, great scenes. Right, welcome to the stage once again. It's been a good night for this man. Although I can't see him. There he is. Well done to Bhupat Seemar. That's not Bhupat, that's a Diva Racing straggler. Here's Bhupat. And a huge hand for this man. Another Group 1 winner for him. Half a year ago, he was not in a great way after a horror fall. Well, he is very much back. Top of his game. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Mullen! So Richard Mullen, Bhupat Seymour and all members of Diva Racing together again. Once more, the winner of the Al Maktoum Challenge, presented by Longines Imperial Emperor. All right, time for the Jebel Hatter. Thank you. Opera Ballo is horse number 1. Son of Gaiath, who was so impressive last time. I was really taken with what he did. He beat Stable Companion Nation's Pride very, very comfortably. And he has to be the one to beat here over 1800. He's really living up to all that early potential he showed when winning on the all-weather and being thrust into a Guineas. William Buick takes the ride.
Runner number 2 is Nation's Pride. He's going to draw on gate number 1. So down to the inside of his stablemate. And this one, Nation's Pride, I think he's a genuine placing chance. And I think a top chance to run the Quinella with the obvious winner, Opera Ballo, most probably expecting will do the job. But Nation's Pride, probably the second best in this race. He was nearest to Opera Ballo last time out running the Quinella, so I think that's a likely experience we're going to see again tonight.
Also, the best turned out winner is Nation's Pride, number 2. Holloway Boy is horse number 3. He's the son of Ulysses. He's been great out here, and Connections have been delighted with what he's achieved. Look, if Opera Ballo runs to form, then it's hard to see Holloway Boy beating him. But if he doesn't, it is open. And he's gone pretty close here a few times, Holloway Boy. And I think last time over 1600 was probably a bit of a sighter at this. He'll have been targeting this sort of race. And last year there were 2 serious animals in there to beat, just the one here. So Holloway Boy will come out of 4, and I think they'll be delighted with second, and you never know.
Runner number 4, he's a well-travelled 6-year-old, Silawi. He goes forward. Last start, he was in the Breeders' Cup. He's a Group 1 winner in Canada. He's raced in Qatar. He's raced in France. Silawi. James Doyle on board for Meydan Racing, of course, being their jock. And Silawi, he's an interesting runner in an interesting race that's outside this favourite.
Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? I guess if Opera Ballo doesn't show what he's capable of, you can make a case for a few. Midak for Ian Williams and the Hayes. He's a horse we form over a little bit further than this. Last win came over 2100, has run over 2200 as well. He wasn't quite up to it when thrust into the Derby, but he was an interesting candidate on that occasion. I remember a few were putting him up, given his previous trainer's form over in the UK anyway. And then last time, 1800, he was only beaten 3 lengths. It's early days for this team. And they might just be starting off over a trip slightly short of his best, but they'll get more of a gauge on him off the back of this.
Showing a bit of spunk there in the parade as well. Runner number 6 is Latino, and it's a small field of just the 6 runners. And he goes out, headed towards the track now. And the 8-year-old, so he's the oldest of the race. He was only beaten narrow margins in his last 2, both here at Meydan. He's featured on big nights like this previously in recent years when he was a little bit younger. Yes, it's been a while between drinks for him, but he's well placed here because he's going to go home with a check of at least 37,000 dirhams. And of course, this race being the Dubai Turf qualifier with that bonus, but it looks to be all about Opera Ballo here. In the 7th, the Jebel Hatter.
Okay, this is Midak and Kieran Schumark. You're on board, jockey cam. That red hood in front of you with Kieran Schumark. Great way of seeing how the race unfolds. That's the jockey cam with Kieran Schumark. And number 5, Midak. A reminder, this is a win in your in race for the Dubai Turf and a bonus race as well. 10% of the Turf prize money if you win that. And the Jebel Hatter, another international field for the second of our Group 1s for thoroughbreds. Jebel Hatter presented by Longines. All right, best turnout winner is horse number 2. That is Nation's Pride. Well done to the winning groom. Leading him around, Rahel Ahmed, who takes home 750 dirham. The best turned out winner's groom. It's being presented by Mr. Aliesa, the CEO of PHI. advertising in front of this packed crowd. Thanks again to PHI Advertising for supporting the Best Turned Out award. All right, so 2 minutes to go until we kick off with this. We often associate, Cassie, a Godolphin Blue horse with this division, be it a Charlie Appleby horse, a Saibin Saror horse. This horse hails from the Appleby yard, and he was really good last time. He's clearly got loads of ability, really sharp turn of foot. Yeah, he won the one to beat, all the cliches you want.
Classy runners on the turf in the Godolphin Blue. It's, yeah, it's what it is, isn't it? In the Group 1 feature, you'd be expecting them. It's sort of their signature. So, Opera Ballo, who beats him? I don't know, but it is racing, so anything can happen, but I just can't see it because he's been so brilliant, he's been so dynamic. I wonder if he's the finished product. Probably not, because he's still only such a youngster, but you cannot knock a thing that he's been doing.
He had to prove himself over the 1800 last time, but he's a Gaiath that, I think looking like they improve with a bit of age, and indeed perhaps with a bit of distance. That stallion himself, he could be hard to restrain, but this horse was keen to get on with things last time. He wears a hood, but he's pretty tractable. He's got loads of ability, rated 119. 4 pound below him is Nation's Pride. Hard to see him reversing that form from last time. He's got form over a little bit further as well.
Oh, he was over the 2,400 metres a couple of starts back, wasn't he, when he finished a placing with Billy Linnane on board. That was a decent performance. Last performance was very good as well, in behind his stablemate, but I think he's running for minor spoils, of course. Nation's Pride. He's Teofilo. How do you pronounce it?
I've gone from Teofilo to Teofilo.
Yeah.
I genuinely.
Yeah, I've been told 2 different ways throughout the last few years, so I don't know. But, they're sort of getting a bit older now, aren't they? I'm not going to...
Yeah.
I don't see too many of them.
I just mix it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Say it one way first time and then the other way the second time. It's a bit like, there's lots of ways of saying Comerford. Pat, all yours.
Thank you very much, Tom. Runners coming forward here for another cracking edition of the Jebel Hatter, sponsored by Longines. 2 more to come forward. And we will be ready to go here. Romantic Warrior taking this race out last year. Looking like they're going to be going well here. And fast at that. 1,800 metres, ready for the Jebel Hatter. And away. Vaffatino jumped well, but he snicked back here early. Salawi away quickly and throwing the head up in the air early as well. Opera Barlow wanting to get a spot in behind runners. Nation's Pride in the meantime is going to take over control here under Barcelona. Leading a length and a half here to Salawi in second. 2.5 lengths in third as they get fully into stride was Opera Barlow, now striding a little bit more freely. A length and a half there to Meydan, who's fourth. A length and a half back from him, Holloway Boy, and it's a length to Vaffatino. There'll be 9 lengths covering them, where it's Nation's Pride who leads the way by 3 lengths in the Jebel Hatter. Up into second position, Salawi travels along well. Opera Barlow the same in third. He's half a dozen away from his stablemate. A length now to Meydan, followed by Holloway Boy, and half a length to Vaffatino, who gets a little closer. They start to pack up ranks here. Well, at least the back division do. 950 metres left to go. Nation's Pride striding freely. 11.47, 11.66, 11.75. Barcelona's got him running steady. 3 lengths to Salawi. Up into third position as they head down the side now was Meydan. Further back, Opera Barlow. Back to fourth now from Holloway Boy, and Vaffatino still last. Nation's Pride comes back to them in the Hatter. He's a length and a half to Salawi. Emirates up into third position here as they continue on. Opera Barlow now starting to work inside, followed by Meydan, Holloway Boy and Vaffatino as they swing. Nation's Pride and Salawi matching motors. Opera Barlow coming out 3 wide now to present his run. Then came Meydan from Vaffatino, Holloway Boy dropping away. Salawi and Nation's Pride on vapors up on the outside. Opera Barlow coming past them very quickly. Half a length, the length away from Salawi. Nation's Pride, Holloway Boy running on, but he's a Goliath. A future of world racing. Opera Barlow coming away for another win. Wins the Group 1 Jebel Hatter by 2.5. Salawi second across from Holloway Boy, Nation's Pride. Next over was Vaffatino and Meydan, the last in. Some horse, big future ahead of him. And I think maybe the first Northern Hemisphere win for Gaiath. Another stallion who is certainly on the rise. And Opera Barlow could be the one lamplighting the way here to a great future for the stallion, and not only him and himself as well. 119 the rating of Opera Barlow here. He'll be up from that very, very shortly. William Buick, a third for him tonight for Charlie Appleby. And he takes out the Jebel Hatter in style here. 1-4-3-2, 147.64 winners time. Opera Barlow, too smart.
And we'll hear from the winning trainer very shortly off the back of Opera Barlow. Loved what Will Buick did here. He just saw that gap and just with Meydan on his outside, just said, this is where I'm going. The horse had the resolution to do that. And then I love his turn of foot. You know, this track is often it's a track where you want to be a strong traveller and show boot and a turn of foot, and he's got all of that. I think he's tailor-made for this track. He's obviously too good for these, and yeah, he's won that really nicely over the 1800. A decent pace from Nation's Pride set for him. He settled nicely over it, and he was far too good. Opera Barlow, William Buick, and Charlie Appleby with Cassie.
Well, Charlie, I was a little bit nervous. How about you?
We've been here before, so yeah, you tend to get, well, I don't say you get used to it, but anyway, yeah. Look, we knew we felt that we got a good horse on our hands for some time now, and first and foremost, I'd just like to say well done to the team here. They've done a great job getting him relaxed and doing it away, and he's still headstrong, as you saw there for the first sort of quarter of a mile, and you know, the fractions were nice and honest, but as Williams always said, they just can't go fast enough for him. He just gets into that, if you notice halfway round there, he was sort of latching on again, and that's what Williams says. He says as soon as they start to just weaken in front, he just seems to just get this momentum going that you just got to try and just hold on to him for as long as you can. And yeah, like I say, full credit to William, lovely ride, and he's a horse that's exciting going forward.
So he's dual listed, Group 2. The writing was on the wall that he was getting as Group 1. What do you do now with the horse between now and the Dubai Turf? Because he's qualified for that now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, obviously, look, he's a horse that doesn't take a lot of training because he's sort of generous, as we see there. Although he's a different character, to be fair. I've always said in the mornings you'd have a job to light him up, and when you wouldn't ride him out with a hood on in the mornings because he wouldn't be able to go quick enough. So it's just he just gets his game head on when he turns up here in the afternoons or in the evenings here in Dubai. But like I said, I'm just delighted for him to get his Group 1. Obviously, as we all know, we saw Gaiath putting up some big performances around here in the past, and to have a son of Gaiath is very special.
Yeah, like father, like son. Well done. Can't wait to see him next.
Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back into the winners' enclosure. Another one for William Buick. This one for trainer Charlie Appleby, winner of the Jebel Hatter, presented by Longines. Opera Barlow.
William Buick returns to the scales. A treble on the night for him as Opera Bello just passes behind me. The beautiful 4-year-old colt. William, congratulations again. 3 times, very nice. And boy, he is something pretty special.
Yeah, he really is. You know, he reminds me so much of his father, Gayat. You know, he's so competitive and, you know, he has all the talent in the world to go with it. You know, Charlie and the team have done a great job with him, taking baby steps. And, you know, obviously he won very well in the Al Rashidiyah and, you know, this was a natural step up. And, you know, you go horses like Nation's Pride and Silawi and Holloway Boy, they set a decent standard. So delighted with the way he won. He's still got a little bit to learn. You know, he wants to please you the whole time. So once he learns just to relax and race in a proper manner, he's going to be a proper horse.
So he's still not the finished product, and I spoke to Charlie before, he really wants to get going, like he wants to be putting himself in the race.
He does, and you know, he wanted to put himself in the race half a mile out, so I just had to disappoint him and, you know, come back, try and do it the right way around, and, you know, I was, you know, he did use up a good bit of energy in the run, so then to see him still finish off the race as he did was very pleasing, and look, only good horses can do that.
Well, you looked after him well and you booked your ticket into the Dubai turf, so well done, and you'll be looking forward to getting him back out there and doing his stuff again, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. He's only going to get better with time.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, it was a good day for William Buick's sons to be there as well, to watch Dad doing what he does best, and that's in particular ride winners, but ride winners here. That's now 3, and of course 1 in the Godolphin Blue in one of the signature races, the Jebel Hatter. I'm sure that goes down very, very well indeed with the boys. Right, let's see how the race was run from an efficiency perspective. We're about to bring that to you at the bottom of the screen. There you go. 106, just under 107%.
Yeah, that's quite impressive from Opera Bello, given that he pulled hard for the first furlong and a half. Thought he wouldn't have much energy left for a strong finish, but he did. 106.88 means he's 6.88% quicker in the last 400 metres than the rest of the race. So he has quickened up in good style. And look at that, 22.38 final 400 metres, the fastest final 400 metres of the night.
Okay, right, let's go back to the start of the Jebel Hatter 2026. The numbers are about to come up, and Angus will roll it away. We saw what the trainer thought, just how slightly anxious, pensive he was. What about you as an Opera Bello superfan?
I was petrified at this stage. He's pulling really hard, and he's looking to his left, William, and he's hoping Nation's Pride will go forward, and then he can slot in and get him settled. But he's still probably doing a little bit too much there in 3rd place. He's just a little bit too keen. As William said when interviewed by Cassie, he's trying to teach this horse to do things the right way. And I think it's to his credit that he found as much as he did and finished as fast as he did, having used up plenty of energy in the early part of the race.
In an international Group 1, as the Jebel Hatter is, as the Dubai Turf is, coming from the Jebel Hatter, of course, Group 1 status, but it looks like it will have more depth come World Cup night. Sharper tempo, harder pace, should it be that way? How much more are we going to see from Opera Bello?
I think there's a really big performance in him.
Yeah.
He threatened to ruin his chances here, didn't he, by pulling too hard. But the gallop was okay in front, 11.47, 11.66, 11.75 and another 11.75 from Mikel Barcelona. So he's taken them along at a fairly strong, even gallop. You can see it's coming right round the outside, is Midak at this point in the race. He drops away.
From a horse that in the end finished last. I didn't think he would.
He made a huge move. I think Ian Williams will be pleased enough with that performance. I mean, it's his first run for a while. He probably needed it. He dropped right away. Now Buick has to get out. He finds running room. And this was the salient point for me. Will he find anything? Will he quicken up? And we know now, having seen all of the data, that he quickened up really well with his sub-23-second final 400 metres. Now, had way too much speed for a horse like Nation's Pride. And let's not forget, Nation's Pride is 115, that's his rating, and he's been absolutely thrashed by Opera Bello.
Is he a horse that by the time, and we've got a lot to come between now and then, but come the European turf season, some of the big 1,600 metre hard run mile Group 1s, is that going to be right up his alley?
Yeah, I think a strong run mile would really suit him, to be honest. I think it helps a little bit going round a bend. and being able to get a fair bit of cover. When he ran at Newmarket at the back end of the last UK season, on the straight track he was a bit keen and saw too much daylight and ruined his chance being beaten by Zeus Olympios that day. But here, round a bend, he could get cover, and eventually he relaxed just enough.
Okay, right. That was the Jebel Hatter 2026, and it was won by Opera Ballo. Let's show you the results. Opera Ballo, William Buick, third winner of the night. Charlie Appleby, Silawi, second under James Doyle. Holloway Boy was third under Sam James. And Nation's Pride, stablemate of the winner, in fourth. That was the Jebel Hatter with the trophy just around the corner.
So that a win and you're in for the Dubai Turf. The Jebel Hatter presented by Longines. $500,000 for winning both as well, if Opera Ballo were to achieve that. To make the presentation for the Jebel Hatter, we once again welcome to the stage Mr. Najib Kiwan, the regional brand manager at Longines, supporting all of our races tonight, including 3 Group 1s. And this the third of them, the second for the Thoroughbreds. And receiving the prize for the winning owner on behalf of Godolphin, please welcome to the stage Hamdan and Maktoum Al Sabusi. And now the winning trainer can make his way to the stage. The appreciation for Charlie Appleby. And finally, the person that has stolen the show tonight, 3 times up on the winner's podium for Oscar Buick alongside Dad William. Well done to Will, and Oscar's been brilliant tonight. Great stuff. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Well done to Will Buick, to Charlie Appleby, to Godolphin, Hamdan and Maktoum Al Sabusi. And our thanks again to Najib Kiwan. The winning connections of the Jebel Hatter, presented by Longines, the horse Opera Ballo. All right, we've got 2 more races to go, but this is fascinating. The UAE 2000 Guineas. We're going to start with horse number 3, who is Don Pelicano, carrying 60.5 kilos. This 3-year-old, son of midshipman, who is a Southern Hemisphere bred horse. I thought shape with a bit of promise on first start out here behind Devon Island, and then found 1800 perhaps a little bit too far at Jebel Ali last time. Don Pelicano for Antonio Sintra and Julio Losquaga. Look, he's up against it with some of those rated above him, but he's obviously the right profile of horse for this campaign, and they'll be delighted, I think, if they can pick up some place money.
Horse number 4, it is 6 speed, first time over the mile. On paper, he's the one to beat with the highest racing. The only negative, he has a little bit of a tendency to lay outwards under pressure sometimes, but it was a decisive win in the Guineas trial, and he's here for the 2000 Guineas.
Five is Devon Island, who has been really professional on the dirt. He's done it a couple of different ways. He was wide and down the centre of the track on his first go out here, and then he broke pretty well from a lower draw last time. I think 10 is no bad thing for him. I think he's pretty versatile, and I like what he's done so far. I think he's probably the one to beat Devon Island. Son of Practical Joke, he looks a real natural on this surface.
6 is Union Security. I'm keeping this one safe. I'm unwilling to jump off him just yet. He was next best behind the 4-6 speed in that Guineas trial, and he was 8 lengths beaten, but of course they stretched out by some big margins. So yeah, I'm not willing to jump off him just yet.
Brotherly Love is the half to Heart of Honour. He races a bit more kindly than his half-brother. I didn't know how to put that without being mean to the other horse, but I liked what he did last time. He was slowly away first and second go out here, and then last time he looked much more professional. He's an easier ride, put it that way, for Safi Osborne, and he's progressing nicely.
Runner number 8 draws the widest here in a big full field of capacity of the 16. Lino Padrino, this one for Suited and Booted and My Future Champions. Slow away, that can be costly in this kind of a race.
So nice big field here. We'll just be quick on these as they're heading down. Rajay, one go so far, it was a good one. That was 35 days ago, but this is a big step up.
Number 10, Ramos. He's a USA import, having his first run here. They've had a busy night, Triple R Racing, and good luck to them.
Duke of Immerton was well behind 6 speed last time, although got off to a good start out here for Musabra Al-Meri, winning at Jebel Ali, but has a bit to find off the back of that run last time.
That's the 14. We move to the 14, Senator of State, an ex-Irish runner, formerly with Donica O'Brien. His maiden win last start came at Dundalk, over the 1,600 metres.
This is 15 in the colours of Ahmed Al-Sheikh Al-Kawanij. I thought looked a picture on his first start when I saw him. Like the look of this horse, he wasn't too far behind 6 speed, didn't necessarily follow it up over 1,400 last time. They are trying the mile.
Number 16, the last in the book. There was merit in his debut in second last start behind runner number 7, Brotherly Love. He's drawn the inside gate in a large field. It just means that he might be sitting in the stalls for a while, which I don't love, given that he is still a youngster.
We owe you legalized. This horse shaped really well behind 6 speed last time. It was a great start to racing out here. He's one of the Southern Hemisphere bred horses, so he's got to give a little bit of weight away, but he's got the frame for it. This horse is a gun runner who ran well when winning first start out here, and then last time he came up a little bit short, and on ratings he has got quite a lot to find, but it's still early days.
On the big screen there, it is runner number 12, Yasup. He cleared Meydan company on debut at Jebel Ali, so he doesn't know how to lose. He's 1 from 1. And lucky last, rider number 2 has come into the parade ring. Now, Nama Guerrez, apologies to connections if I've completely mispronounced that. The exotic Uruguayan-bred runner, where he won on debut in Uruguay. He was 13 lengths beat in the Guineas trials, so obviously we'll need to improve on that, but he's the lucky last one out.
So this is also a bonus race. It's a win and you're in for the UAE Derby, and a £100,000 bonus were you to win both. That's $100,000 bonus were you to win both this, the Guineas and the Derby. This is also being shown at fairgrounds in the States, with racing taking place there, because the winner of this gets 20 points as part of the road to the Kentucky Derby. So it'd be great to see the winner of this line up in May in the Kentucky Derby, that first Saturday in May. Long way to go, obviously, but that's what they will hopefully have on their agenda. So lots of bonuses and offerings off the back of this UAE 2000 Guineas. Best turned out time, and it has gone to this horse in Shot Rajay, number 9. Well done to the winning groom, Siva Kumar Pichapillai. He takes home 750 dirham, the prize for one of these feature nights of racing, presented on behalf of PHI Advertising by their CEO, Mr. Ali Essa. Thanks to him, and well done to our winning groom of Rajay, the best turned out winner. Right, this is Devon Island, who I've been really impressed with so far. I know, 6-speed rates higher on what he's achieved in that excellent performance last time, but I don't think there's a huge amount between 6-speed, Devon Island and the like, and Brotherly Love obviously boosted that Devon Island form pretty conclusively.
And the fact that both of his wins have been here over the mile, whereas 6-speed is stepping out to the distance for the first time. So certainly Devon Island has that added bonus, and he looks nice and relaxed. And for these youngsters, these 3-year-olds, it's a pretty big deal here under the Meydan lights, and he seems to be taking it all very nicely in his stride. So he seems like he's a real sensible kind of a guy, Devon Island.
He's been a real natural on this surface and the way he's raced as well. But 6-speed is on the ability we've seen so far, probably the one to beat. It's just a mile, I guess, is, well, like a few of these going into the unknown, Cassie.
Yeah, and on paper, he's the one that's rated highest at 101. The second highest horse is legalised at 100. So on paper, he is the one to beat. I did notice in the Stipes report, or the Stewards report, that he does just have that tendency in his runs to lay outwards when under pressure. And, obviously he's still young, he's still learning what it is, but sometimes that can cost lengths or margins. So if it came down to the wire, he could lose a race based on that. It might be inexperience, it could be anything, but the fact that he has that tendency is less than ideal, I suppose.
Yeah, now in new colours. Legalized was good last time for a first go out here. He's obviously giving away to all bar another couple of these, but I think they'll have been pretty happy with what they saw last time.
Yeah, second in the Guineas trial. That's a really good bit of form coming into a race like this. Yeah, he did give a lot of weight to the number 4 last time out, and he does again today. James Doyle, he'll be looking to work some magic on this runner, and Legalaze, I think there's been a little bit of talk about this horse with some others, so I'm excited to see how he's going to go in this big field.
Just so tough, isn't it? 16 runners, 16 3-year-olds, all of a variety of experience, but not a great deal of it on the dirt is just makes life really hard. And you know, a horse like Lino Padrino, for example, I think Tig will have been happy enough being on this horse until they saw the draw, and then you go, well, that's going to make life really tough from there, straight into that elbow. It's not ideal. I think he's better than he showed last time because he missed it.
Yeah, and he was very good on debut. So that slow start was very costly, but that impressive win over the 1,400 metres is too difficult to ignore. So he's a key contender here in this race for absolute sure.
So there they are circling down. They're over to the right of ways you look out on the track. What about at called 2 o'clock, I guess, and they're all circling and loading over there. I thought Devon Island would go well here. I quite like the draw in 10, just out of the early skirmish, and I hope they go hard enough so that he can come over and slot in. You're with 6 Speed, aren't you?
I am with 6 Speed. I stuck with him from my earlier selections. I've got to stick with him. I can't change. Absolutely.
I feel like you're wavering.
6 Speed just ahead of Devon Island. But you know what? I'm going to be excited for any one of these runners that are going to win here, because then they're going to pick up points, and then there's the whole Derby potential for them. This is just a race full of potential.
A reminder, 20 points for winning this in the road to the Kentucky Derby, and if you do win this and take the UAE Derby, you get a $100,000 bonus. That is 10% of the purse prize for the UAE Derby itself, and it's a win and you're in for that race. Pat, over to you.
It's a great race and a great incentive as well there, Tom. Thank you very much as Raja loads forward. He's got to deal with 16 runners today, but he was electric last time to the races. Ray Dawson hasn't had too many rides in the back end of the card. He's stuck around here to partner Raja, and he'll be, I'm sure, looking forward to seeing how he'll fare here. Richard Mullen on Duke of a Martin. He's had a good night in the saddle, picking up the Al Maktoum Challenge. William Buick with riding honours at the moment. He's got 3. Here's Senator of State, Andy Slattery, looking for another. El Kawanij comes up into line. That'll leave only a couple. New Silks here for 6 Speed. Best of luck to New Connections. Lino Padrino comes up for Tiger O'Shea into 16. The UAE 2000 Guineas field will be set. Group 3, capacity field, ready and racing. Away fast, the middle Legalaze, 6 Speed, also handy, and Devon Island works forward. Up on the inside, Yamdeek, Namagudaraz, El Kawanij, and deeper out, Lino Padrino jumped today, and he's heading up into the early stages, up to the forward group, followed by Union Security and Yas of midfield. Next was Raja, followed by Don Pelicano, Duke of a Martin, a gap to Awesome Fleet, followed there by Senator of State, and last of all is Brotherly Love, doing what his half-brother did in the race before, and has headed all the way back to the end. Inside the 1,000 they travel here in the 2,000 Guineas, and they pack up front at 6 Speed, who's been able to back it off slightly, half a length in front of Namagudaraz. 3 wide and third was Lino Padrino, in behind them Yamdeek, now out, followed by Devon Island. The field has a bit of a split there through the middle stages of the race. Plenty of these horses on the inside have room to move. They include Yasip and Union Security. Next there was Ramus, followed by Raja, then came Duke of a Martin, Brotherly Love. Next there was Senator of State, Awesome Fleet, El Kawanij. Legalaze pulled up out of the contest, passed by Don Pelicano as they swing the bend, and it's 6 Speed and Lino Padrino. The Bupat Seema pair go to war here at the 400 in the 2,000 Guineas. 6 Speed still with a couple of lengths at bay for Barcelona. Out by 2.5 now to Lino Pedrino, running on Union Security and Devon Island from the back, but at 6 speed out to 1,600 metres. He's getting to the end of his distance range, but he keeps lifting and finding and rising to the task. Away goes 6 speed in the 2,000 guineas and goes on to win by 4 lengths. Devon Island in a photo finish with Union Security. Fourth over Lino Pedrino from Raja. Then came El Kawanij, Yamdeek. Next over Brotherly Love, Duke of Amat and Awesome Fleet. Then came Yarsip, followed there by Senator of State, Ramis. Next over Namagudaraz, Don Pelicano. And last, after easing up at the 400, was Legalized. Recently acquired by Brunetti Dugan Stables, Black Type Thoroughbred Steve Atkinson and Swinbank Stables. And a purchase well spent. They've found some of their money back here in the UAE 2,000 guineas. 6 speed continues on with it, winning the Prelude and now picking up the UAE 2,000 guineas, presented by Longines. Winner's time 1:38.02, and the Bupat Sema train continues for Fashion Friday. A wonderful night for the stable.
Well, I'm right in the thick of it here, actually, with the celebrations, with the 6 speed and a pretty dominant display. Bupat, if I could just grab you for a moment. I mean, that was another decisive victory for this horse.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's. We didn't know if he's going to get that distance. 7 furlong. He's got so much speed, and the good horses, they have speed and then they can have stamina. So I guess he's probably one of them.
And it actually looked like he was getting better in the sort of final furlong as well. So he's well named, with 6 speed being his name. There was a question, as you alluded to, over the distance. Would he step up even further, or is that crazy talk?
Yeah, you know what, looking at this, it does look like that, isn't it? He's got so much natural speed, and we thought he probably won't get the distance, and not that we thought, but just because he has so much speed. But he just proves us wrong, and he's a properly very nice horse.
Did you give any instructions to Mikel tonight?
He's just so easy, tractable horse. He breaks well. He sits up there on the speed, and then he kicks. So I think he's like every jockey's dream, to be honest, and every trainer's dream, to be honest.
Okay, so points obviously headed towards the Kentucky Derby, the Derby, the UAE Derby looms as well. So you've got some exciting plans for this guy.
Yes, absolutely. And the ownership that owned him before, they're friends of mine from college, and they've had 2 horses with me, and they both have won group races for them. So they're such lucky owners, and they sold him. And now I'm glad that the new owners, they're from the US, and they probably bought him with an eye to the Kentucky Derby. So it's great that when someone has that much faith in it, and it pays it off for them.
Well, congratulations. Another very good night at the office for you, Wadham.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kiz.
Yeah, the question was he gonna stay there? And look, this is not a quick track tonight. Nothing's made all on the rails so far tonight, but this horse has. This is smart, this horse. I thought Lino Pedrino, came to keep him company, got the right ride, but it wasn't just the draw that beat him. He's been beaten by a better horse in 6 speed who's seen out the mile. Will he get further? I don't know. I think you've got to mark up what he's done, though, given what else we've seen tonight and the way he saw that out. Devon Island's run really well. If he wants to tilt at the UAE Derby, why not? Because he'll definitely appreciate further. But 6 speed was impressive. He saw it out well, but he's got the speed, and yeah, nice acquisition for new connections. And here he is, Mikel Barcelona ridden, Bupat Sema trained, 6 speed.
Well, a very smart win there by 6 speed. And Mikhail, congratulations. Nice to speak to you tonight. This guy looks like he's just got so much ability. There was a query over the distance, but he clearly relished that trip tonight.
Yeah, exactly. He jumped from the gate very fast. He traveled very strongly all the way around. And he actually surprised me a bit when I asked him to pick up at the beginning of the straight. He's been able to maintain that gallop, and he showed quality tonight.
He surprised you a bit, so a pleasant surprise, I'm sure. Obviously, this is a lead up to the likes of a Kentucky Derby, which is obviously over a lot more distance. How much further did he feel like he could have gone there tonight?
I doesn't know him well enough, but he's got some speed, that's for sure. But definitely he'll be able to under 2 bend over Dubai, and we will know more after that, I'm sure.
Mikhail, you've been coming to Dubai for a number of years. You've had a lot of success. Like the last 12 months has just been unreal for you. What's in store for you this year, and how are you feeling? Excited?
Yeah, exactly. I feel I got a good break and full of energy again. And now last year the season is going forward, and we still have Calanda again and Darius in the stable. So it's still a big season coming ahead, and I look forward.
Well, great to see you back, and look forward to seeing you on Dubai World Cup night.
And correct weight is given in the UAE 2000 Guineas presented by Longines. 4.568, 4.56 and 8. 6 speed, your winner. Winner's time 1:38.02. Margins 5 by a neck. Correct weight, right to pay. Race 8. So presentation time for the UE 2000 Guineas presented by Longines. A reminder that was a bonus race, $100,000 bonus if winning this race and the UAE Derby, and 20 points for the road to the Kentucky Derby as well. We can invite Mr. Najib Kiwa once again to make the presentation, the regional brand manager at Longines. Our thanks again to Longines for supporting Fashion Friday this evening. It's been a brilliant night so far, and our 8th winner was 6 Speed. And collecting on behalf of all of our owners, we include some of them. Please welcome to the stage Steve Adkison and Jake Bayliss.
we can welcome to the stage the winning trainer, Bhupat Seema, including the gentleman from Blue Blood Racing who used to own the horse. They can go up and celebrate this win as well. And Chantal Sutherland alongside. But your appreciation in the main for Bhupat Seema. Well done to Bhupat. 4 winners tonight. What a night for him. Great to see this man back in the winners' enclosure up on this stage at the Dubai Racing Carnival. Please welcome Michael Barcelona. And once again, everyone could come together. Former owners, current owners, winning trainer, winning rider. Taking out the UAE 2000 Guineas presented by Longines 6 Speed. All right, your final chance to win 500 dirham in Faces at the Races this Fashion Friday. We'll pick out one of your lovely faces from the crowd and give you 500 dirham just for being you. But who is it going to be tonight? We want lots of waves, lots of smiles. Great to see so many of you in. And one of you is going to win 500 dirham. There's some beautiful smiles in there. Oh, I know who I'd give it to. But we've gone past you, sorry. Our cameraman he's a hard man to please, but who is going to win Faces at the Races tonight? It's you! Congratulations. Well done, you have won 500 dirham for that beautiful smile. All right, ninth and final race, the LKL Trophy, presented by Longy. Meydan is horse, there's horse number 2, sorry, that's Epic Poet. Epic Poet who lines up for Danny Tudhope and David O'Mara, who's been really great out here, been consistent back home. I was delighted for them to get their win here last year.
Yep, Mr. Consistent, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a real chance. First go for 160 days, mind you. Oh, he just spun round a couple of times. He's okay. Epic Poet, son of Lope de Vega for David O'Mara and Danny Tudhope. Behind that is Sunway for Sylvester de Souza and David Menwisier. This horse, I remember when he burst onto the scene in the UK. Look, he's a very talented horse. He tends to want a bit of cut in the ground. He stays very well. Just doesn't win overly often, Sunway, but rated 110, well worth his place here.
A genuine group contender. Runner number 1, Meydan. I mean, after the Melbourne Cup performance, yes, he was down the track, but things didn't pan out the way that they had hoped and wanted. He was the best horse in the race last time out, and he duly obliged, and I think he'll be obliging again tonight. He looks the obvious winner to me, so he goes again on top, and he's the obvious winner because it's Meydan in the last. Goya Sonora. Now, this one, he's an old boy. He's 10 years of age. He's 64 starts in, so he knows what he's doing. His debut was on the it was over the 1900 metres, back in Deauville, France, where he won. He's a Group 2 winner. I've been looking forward to seeing him in the flesh because I'd love to see just how he does parade being a 10-year-old, having been there and done it all. And he's looking lovely, cool, calm, relaxed, so I think he could be a new potential favourite of mine.
Talking of cup runners and really capable horses, West Wind Blows. Well, look, he's rated 107. Things obviously went pretty dramatically wrong, and we didn't see him for a little while, but they've got him back and got him back to winning ways as well. Simon and Ed Crisford, and he lines up here 31 days after that French win. Great to see him here. I'll come out of stall number 1. One or two very capable performers for this yard in the lineup.
A look at number 6 here. This is Real Dream. Not too much known about this one. He's having his UAE debut, rated 103. Ian Williams, he's been coming here since 2014-15, and he had some early success. Ian Williams, and he'll be looking for another win from a Meydan perspective.
Chiava lines up for Adrian Keatley, whose last 7 runners have all been winners in the UK, and this would be a nice success for him, were he to go and take this. Chiava, he's been fantastic back in the UK. Pat Dobbs takes the ride, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he gets on. Yeah, he's got a bit to find, but he's very capable.
Speaking of horses to keep a nice little look on, I've got a big watch on this Night Walker. What a handsome guy he is, just a 4-year-old grey. And Safi Osborne, Richard Spencer are going to be teaming up. He did all the donkey work last time out to be beaten in the final furlong by Meydan. So I think he's going to come on from that. He's going to improve, and I think he'll be there at the business end.
David O'Mara alongside, and Epic Poet was great here when winning last year, and has held his form pretty well since. What are you expecting tonight, David?
He won on his first start here last year. It was earlier on in the Carnival, I think the 2nd of Jan or something like that. But he's in good form, he looks well. He's had a good prep this time.
So you're ready enough here, and obviously he goes pretty well first up at it.
I think so, yeah. I mean, the favourite will be a tough horse to beat, but I'm hoping our fella gives a good account of himself.
Do you think he's best over a certain trip, or is it more to do with how the race unfolds that sees him to best effect?
Epic Poet is very versatile. He could go from anywhere from 10 furlongs to like the near 2-mile race that's here in World Cup night, so he's pretty versatile, really.
Have you thought about, all being well tonight, the likely campaign from here on in?
Ideally, he'd go to Saudi after this. He did that last year, finished 2nd. And
the Red Sea Turf, the handicap.
Yeah, and then come back here for World Cup night.
Well, I hope all goes well and you follow that plan. Thanks, David. Good luck.
Fingers crossed, yeah.
So our 9th and final Best Turned Out award, it's gone to Real Dream. Well done to the winning groom, leading him around a few moments ago, and he takes home 750 dirham, does Fako Zaman. Well done to him. Well done to, I love Romolo and Carlo. They really are stalwarts of the BTO game. I think we should fly them all around the world to do it personally. PHI Advertising giving 750 dirham to Faha Zaman. Our thanks to them and to Mr. Aliessa, their CEO. All right, we're not too far away from our start then. I feel like this race has got sort of more open as I've been talking about it. I felt Meydan would take a lot of beating. The interesting comments from David O'Mara there, the horse winning first up last year, and they feel he's very ready. He's going to follow a similar path to last year, and he doesn't have a huge amount of time with Meydan. He's a very capable individual as well, Epic Poet. But Meydan, the horse in shot, I think quite rightly the one they've got to beat as far as the international market goes.
Yeah, absolutely. He was such a classy act last time out, and so he deserves to be the one to beat here. But interesting comments from David O'Mara, as you alluded to. I actually wanted to catch up with Richard Spencer because I thought Nightwalker could be a very intriguing runner as well after doing all of that hard work to just be run down too. So I think he'll improve off that, and I think we get to take a look at him now. And he's that beautiful steely grey looking guy, only a 4-year-old. Could he turn the tables on Meydan? Well, why not? We've seen a couple of upsets tonight. It's been a brilliant night, really. So there could be anything to happen in the get-out.
Yeah, they've brought a big team of horses out here and had success already so far this season with 2 tribes in one of the sprints. And they've got some nice horses that they brought out. So I'm glad that they've been rewarded with one success, and hopefully they'll have a few more as well. The Phil Cunningham Rebel Racing Richard Spencer team with Nightwalker. Grey son of Frankel. who'll go forward into stall number 5.
Yeah, Richard Spencer has gone close a couple of other times as well, so he might only have the one win on the board, but he still had a decent few placings. And being his first season over here, you're thinking that he himself is just going to improve the more that he settles in, you know, come again next season too. And
well, they've been a sign of the international runners that are, you know, or the international connections that have been willing to send horses out here and just, you know, say we're going to, I don't know what it is, but about this season, obviously all the work that the team have done behind the scenes, the 30th anniversary, but it's been such a popular destination. So loading process has started. I think we were all pretty much with Meydan here. As Chiava goes forward, just to mention again that if Adrian Keatley were to win this, it'd be 8 from his last 8 runners. There aren't many hotter trainers in the world right now than him. So good luck to them. And for the final time, we will throw to your racecourse commentator, Pat Comerford.
Yeah, thank you, Tom, and thank you, Cass. It's been great to be working with you tonight for this Fashion Friday program as we bring it to a close with the Alcale Trophy. Couple do come forward. Sunway. Here is Meydan. The last to load away will be Epic Poet. The field will be set here. 700,000 up for grabs at Group 3 level. 2,810. Set now. And away. Chiava a little slow out of the machines. Will head back in the early stages. Away fast Night Walker as expected. Sunway also getting handy early. Meydan in behind them from West Wind Blows. Then came Chiava, who's 5th on settling. A little wide as they get towards the winning post on the first of 2 occasions rather. Real Dream next from Epic Poet, and Goya Senora is last of all. Wanting to tighten up the reins here, Safi Osborne on Night Walker, who will find the top and just doesn't want him to be doing too much work to find it. He's going to get it clearly here. Up into 2nd position was Sunway, followed there by West Wind Blows. Next up on the outside, Chiava from Meydan in 5th. Up on the rail in 6th position, Real Dream, followed by Epic Poet. And the French horse in Goya Senora, the 10-year-old, having his 64th career start, is out to last. Inside the 1900 they travel, and they're heading at steady fractions here into the mid-12s at the moment, and Night Walker controls it by a length and a tail. To in 2nd position Sunway. West Wind Blows a length away in 3rd. Half a length back to Chiava, who now gets into the running line. A length to Real Dream from Meydan in 3rd to last. Epic Poet tracks him, and Goya Senora is still last of all. They head to midway. Inside the mile they go. Night Walker leads the way here in the Alcale Trophy. The margin now about a length and a half here to in 2nd Sunway. West Wind Blows 3/4 of a length back in 3rd. 4th was Chiava, a length and a half to Real Dream, 3/4 of a length to Meydan, 2.5 to Epic Poet, and a similar margin to Goya Senora. It'll be 10 lengths top to tail as they head towards the 1100 metres in the Alcale Trophy, and the fractions have remained the same here. Night Walker not having to go any quicker at the moment. He's still a length and a half in advance of Sunway. West Wind Blows now starting to look for a path off the fence here, William Buick. Chiava to his outside, keeping him boxed in. Real Dream next. Meydan is just waiting and biding his time. Epic Poet's going to follow him home. And then came Goya Senora. Night Walker headed up on the outside by Sunway, who goes and puts more pressure on, and Night Walker is beaten. Then came West Wind Blows, Chiava. Meydan now looking for runs inside of Chiava. Doesn't want to come all the way around them. Epic Poet still tracking the Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum runner, and Goya Senora starting to make a run from the back. It's Sunway the leader. He's out in front with 250 metres left to go. Meydan starts to make chase along with West Wind Blows and Epic Poet. Sunway still in front. 150 metres left to go. Here come the runs. Epic Poet and Meydan. It's Sunway the leader. Epic Poet diving at the line. Sunway will hold on to win. Sunway a half to Epic Poet. Meydan 3rd across. 4th was West Wind Blows. Then came Goya Senora, Real Dream. Next over Night Walker, and Chiava last. Sunway, Silvestre de Souza takes the last. Off the rating of 110 for Guy Pariente Holding and Qatar Racing. The 5-year-old by Galloway goes on to win the last race here. Half a length to Epic Poet, who was very gallant in defeat, making good ground from the back, and Meydan loomed up as well. It wasn't to be. 3-year winner, Sunway, in the final event, the LKL Trophy, presented by Longines.
Well, what a performance from this horse. I talked about him not winning very often. Look, he's a Group 1 winning 2-year-old, and he is very, very talented. And I think he's got the perfect ride as well from Silvestre de Souza. Put his stamina to good use, got him prominent, and then kicked and said, come on and catch me. And they couldn't, because he stays further, this horse. He tried 3,100 last time at Saint-Cloud, and a positive ride over this distance, I think, has really suited him. David Menricier is here to see Sunway. And he'll be, I'm sure, delighted with what he's seen. Hanging on from Epic Poet, who's run really well, and Meydan, who's run with great credit also, but just a little way back to try and come and get this somewhere. I think the ride has been perfect. He's been perfectly prepared for this. Didn't have a huge amount to find with the market principles, Sunway, and first start for 89 days. Well, this is great. He can have a nice international campaign out here. He's a horse that has been thought of as wanting a bit of juice in the ground in the past, but this is a very forgiving track, we know that. Soft ground performers can perform very well on this surface. And he has, he's won that really nicely. I do think it was a really good piece of riding from Silvestre de Souza on this horse to get him handy and kick and go and put the race to bed for David Menricier, who's with Cassie.
David here, and absolutely delighted, because what a return to form that was.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of losing his form last year. He wasn't consistent and what have you. And obviously he's a Group 1 winner as a 2-year-old, so it was a hard call to decide whether we should cut him or not. And we decided to do it because we felt his value as a stallion wouldn't be that high anyway. And it seems to have done the trick.
So he's just come on leaps and bounds. And I mean, he was starting to get a bit tired towards the concluding stages, but he did a fair bit of work out there, so he deserved to.
To be fair, look, he hasn't worked really hard. He went, after his castration, he went for a break for 6 weeks, and then we put him on the airplane and flew to Dubai. So, I mean, he hasn't had more than 3 pieces of work, so obviously he was getting a bit tired towards the end, but, you know, there's a chance he might improve on this.
I think a big chance he might improve on it, absolutely. And he's obviously settled in nicely and he's enjoying this warmer climate.
That's it, exactly. No, he really thrived. His coat hasn't really come yet, but within 4 weeks it's going to come. And look, I'm so chuffed because he really deserves it. This horse has run about 20 times. He won his maiden and then he only ran in group races. And it's a very, very hard thing to do. And to come back and win tonight is fantastic, and I can't thank the authorities enough for, you know, to welcome us and lay out such a spectacle, really.
Brilliant. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Yeah, great to see this horse back in the winner's enclosure, and look forward to seeing him again out on these shores. Put your hands together for the 9th and final winner of the evening, Sunway.
Sylvester de Souza taking out the last race, in fact, bookending the card. Of course, he won on board Murad in the first race, the Almac Term Challenge for the Purebred Arabians, and he'll conclude the evening exactly the way he started it. Sylvester, start and finish for you. What about this one? This time over the 3,200 metres. Your first time sitting on the horse, and he was just getting tired at the end.
Yes, absolutely. And I spoke to Dave. We had a plan early on, and we have about 3 different plans, and I just chose the A option and follow the leader. And he's a horse, he has run more competitive races than this one, and he came to this race a bit fresh, but he came in good hands and he came very well.
It's always good when plan A comes off, absolutely. How did the horse travel around the Dubai track, the Meydan track, for the first time? Did he seem to like it? Obviously, of course, he won, but did he seem very comfortable?
Yeah, he was comfortable all the way through, and obviously he took a couple of dippy blows during the race, but the race should have bring him on, his first time of UAE, and it was a smooth race, compared small field, and he responded well for the pressure.
And a double riding on a big night like tonight, Fashion Friday, so a thoroughly enjoyable night for you, so well done.
Absolutely, thank you.
Sylvester there checking out the final jockey interview of the night.
And correct weight is given in the Al Kale Trophy, presented by Longines. 3-2-1-5. 3-2-1-5. Sunway, your winner. 255.48. 255.48. Margins a half length by 1.5 lengths. Correct weight, race number 9.
All right, it's presentation time for our 9th and final race, the Alkel Trophy presented by Longines. We once again welcome to the stage Mr. Najib Kiwan, and our sincere thanks to him for presenting all of our awards tonight, the Regional Brand Manager at Longines. And the Alkel Trophy is the first of those trophies to present, and it is going to, on behalf of the winning owners, Guy Pariente Holding and Qatar Racing, please welcome Kevin Bui. Thanks to Kevin. And now please welcome the winning trainer, David Benwissier. Well done to David Benwissier and the man that bookended the card tonight, the winning rider, Silvestre de Souza. And once again, they all come back together to collect their trophies. Our 9th and final winner of the night, ladies and gentlemen, Sunway. So we're in the Paddock Garden where DJ Slim is playing a set after racing. So get yourselves down here and enjoy the rest of the night. Hope you've had a really good evening. It's been a real party atmosphere with some brilliant performances on track. Cassie, what was your highlight?
I have to say Opera Bello, purely because that was such a win with authority in the Jebel Hatter. So going forward, this horse is just an excitement machine. But William Buick riding a treble, Sylvester de Souza with a double, and Richie Mullen with a double as well. I love it when jockeys have a good run.
Yeah, and they have tonight. And Richie Mullen in particular, he was in a wheelchair 6 months ago after a horrible fall. Here he is back riding Group 1 winners. And a great night for Bupat Seymour as well, with 4 winners, including 6 Speed, who won the UAE 2000 Guineas, and Imperial Emperor, who took the Al Maktoum Challenge. That was a really smart performance, and all roads lead to the Dubai World Cup for him.
They certainly do, but of course we'll have Super Saturday before all of that. But those key qualifiers for that World Cup night, it's just going to set it up for a thrilling night come March.
Yeah, join us in 7 nights' time, where you can be back here for the Dubai Millennium Stakes, amongst plenty of other races, and then we build to Super Saturday, and then of course Dubai World Cup night itself. Cassie, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for coming back and seeing us.
No, thank you. It's been so much fun. Cannot wait for hopefully Dubai World Cup. If you put in a good word for me, they might invite me back.
Yeah, absolutely. DJ Slim to play you out for the rest of the night. I hope you've enjoyed it all, and we'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.